Hello and welcome to another stream of Mass Effect. It's Tuesday for me, and so that means there'll be two streams separated with a long break in between. This is the first of those streams, and then when I finish this one, I'll go on a break and then come back with the second one. But that won't be straight away though. And just need to check. Alright, I've already given the amount of points to Shepard that I want to give. I have more of these assignments here. These ones are almost finished. Alright, so I think the next thing I'm ready to do is actually the next main mission. Which will be this one in Novaria. It's been updated in the Codex. Ah yes, that's right. There was something updated in the Codex for Virmire, which we're not doing that yet, so I'm going to wait till we actually go to do that before worrying about that. Alright, so what I want to do is just basically talk to all the characters, and that will recap what was done most recently, and then we can move on to actually looking at the next system. Because it's a new system, most likely there will be planets that I can read about.
Hey, Commander, next time we touch down, let's try not to park the ship in a colony of mutant zombies. Just thinking out loud.
I have to go.
Alright, see ya.
A colony of mutant zombies.
Yes, Commander?
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, Presley. Carry on doing what you always do, which is what you're always doing. Which is what you do always. Yeah. Standing there. I know he does more than that, but right now he's just standing there. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going, dude? Alright, there's Caden. Let's see if Dr. Chakwas has anything new to say.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Nope, I guess not. That reminds me of Big Trouble in Little China when they're in the alleyway and there's an old lady cutting up some chicken and from her window, and Jack Burton basically asks her a question. It's like, I don't suppose you saw, and then she just closes the doors on him and he's like, the windows on him, he's like, guess not. And just keeps driving on. Ryu, you could be better, to be honest. Oh, really, Ryu? Well, I hope things start looking up for you soon. It really sucks when that's the case.
I get the feeling you want to ask me something, Commander.
I like talking with you, Liara. No matter what the subject.
Then let us talk about you. Are you okay?
Game, what the fuck? Are you trying to push a romance with this character? Jesus Christ. It's annoying when games do that. It's like, I will decide as the player whether my character wants to actually have a relationship with anyone in the game or not. You know what I mean? I like talking to you, Liara.
Don't worry about me.
You do not have to put on a brave face for me, Commander. This crew relies on you for leadership. It can be a heavy burden.
I've got broad shoulders.
I have no doubt about that. But can they carry the weight of an entire galaxy? If we don't stop Saren... No, never mind. I'm sorry, Commander. The last thing you need is someone constantly reminding you of how grim things are. Is there anything else you would rather talk about?
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Yeah. It's like, given the previous conversations that I had with the character of Liara anyway, like, I as the character made it very clear that there was nothing romantic. And yet, in that interaction, when I choose just to talk about more stuff, it's like, I always like talking to you, Lara, about any topic. It's like, Okay. Don't respect my choices as a character then, game. Which doesn't make me hate the game. It's not something that ruins it for me, but like in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, there's certain characters that the game wants you to romance that you might not want to, but the game wants you to in a game where you're not supposed to be for. It's just ridiculous, that kind of idea of stuff.
Checking up on me, Shepard?
Something
Yeah,
I can
yeah,
do for
Tali.
you, Commander.
She sounds like a broken fucking record.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Commander, I wanted to thank you
What for, Garrus?
for everything. Taking me with you, letting me be part of your team. I've learned a lot. I've thought about what you said, about eliminating the threat immediately, regardless of the cost. You were right. You were right about Dr. Salian, too. Killing him was the only solution. This way, we'll know he'll never hurt anyone again.
I'm glad you see it that way. Keep that in mind when we meet Saren.
Don't worry, Commander. I will.
Saren rap.
Commander, I wanted to thank you.
I don't have time for this.
Oh. Goodbye, Commander.
Yeah, considering you already talked to me about the same subject.
Commander?
Do you have a few minutes to talk? One-on-one?
I'm off duty until tomorrow. I was gonna have a small drink. Bit of a celebration. If you're interested.
What's the occasion?
It's Armistice Day, when the First Contact War ended. My family always marks it. Since I'm the only Williams aboard, I thought I'd ask you.
Now, is this going to turn into a romance thing? Let's just double check ahead of time. What's the name of the quest, or what would it be called? I don't know, whatever. Not Mass Effect 3. Jesus Christ. Mass Effect 1. 1. Google. Do you know what 1 is? It's the first of something. Duh. Alright. Can't find about it, so...
You can't think I'm the most patriotic person on the ship.
Nah, you just happened by at the right time. Don't tell me you don't know about my family. My commanders always find out. It's not in my files or something?
If we must go down this road, okay. Hey there, Cellcat. How's it going?
Are you playing games with me?
I don't always play games, sir. I'm General Williams' granddaughter, the commander of the Shanxi garrison in the war. The only human ever to surrender to an alien race.
You're blacklisted because of your grandfather's cowardice.
Cowardice. That's what the Terra Firma party calls it. I'm not gonna let our name go down with Arnold and Quisling. Granddad deserved better than that.
You skip to 19 seconds for Rod's reaction to the game, trying to force him into a romance. 19 seconds. Thanks for sharing that, Ryu. Yeah, it's just I don't get the logic. You know, like you choose a path with a character, and then all of a sudden your character changes the path that you put them down on out of the blue. It's like, yeah, okay. Thanks, game, for completely ignoring the way I'm playing the character. Thank you.
As I recall, your grandfather held out for a long time.
The Turians wrecked the orbitals in the first wave and occupied the major cities. They sat in orbit, dropping rocks on anything that moved. Granddad dispersed the troops, but when they went into the cities for supplies, the Turians would wreck a block to eliminate one fire team. Civilians were dying, his troops were starving, and he couldn't contact Alliance High Command. So he surrendered the garrison.
As I recall, your grandfather...
The Turians wrecked the orbital. Civilians were dying, his troops were starving.
What happened to your grandfather after the war?
He was relieved of command as soon as Shanxi was liberated. They brought him back to Earth in irons, but there was never a trial. They quietly demoted him and stuck him behind a desk. He retired a year later and spent the rest of his life working construction in the colonies. Sometimes we hear about attempts to get him exonerated in some official way. Nothing ever comes of them.
Sometimes you have to fight to the bitter end. You plan to bail if Saren gets the upper hand?
No, sir. I'd die to stop him if that's what it takes. Him and anyone else who tries to screw with the Alliance. So now you know. Gonna kick me off the ship, Skipper?
You're tough and decisive. I value those qualities.
Just consider me a fire-and-forget missile. But anyway, I've got things to do before we land. I'm sure you do too.
What about me choosing to say he got what he deserved matches what was actually said when I chose that choice? Absolutely nothing.
What's your opinion of the last mission?
Gotta admire those colonials. That's about the worst place for a colony I've ever seen. Given the option, I'd get the hell out of Dodge.
Dismissed, Chief.
Ma'am.
Commander, I wanted to thank you.
I don't have time for this.
Oh, goodbye, Commander.
Never a dull moment with you, Shepard.
You ever go on any missions like ours before?
Saving the galaxy from certain destruction? No. But I've had my share of adventures.
Do you remember any that stick out?
A few. I remember one time I was hired by a Volus diplomat. What an ass.
Thank you, Commander. Precious. Fuck you, Smeagol. Get the hell out of here. Right now. I don't want to see your face. You slinking little motherfucker. Get out of here. Sorry, I just wanted to add a little bit.
I guess even politicians have need of mercs from time to time, huh?
Time to time. If it wasn't for politicians, I'd be out of work. They're always looking for ways to get ahead. This one was no different. He wanted me to erase his past. Get rid of an old friend who knew too much. Huh. His old friend turned out to be an Asari commando.
You afraid of her?
What? No. Alina and I were old friends. Sort of. We met when we were both contracted to kill the same Turian. Neither of us wanted the other one to get him first. We spent more time fighting each other than tracking that Turian.
An Asari commando mercenary. That's unusual, isn't it?
I wouldn't say it's unusual. Mercs come in all shapes. Anyway, when I told Alina about the diplomat's contract, she and I had a good laugh about it.
So what'd you do?
Well, I was going to lose the contract, but I respected Alina. In the end, I let her pick the location where we'd fight. She chose some old Solarian space station overrun with mercs and smugglers. That way we didn't have to worry about hurting any innocent bystanders. Huh. She always was a bit of a softie.
What happened on the station?
What didn't happen? For 2 days I chased her through that station. Used my entire store of ammunition. Had to kill a bunch of mercs and use their crap weapons. By the 3rd day, the station was barely holding together. The mercs were dead or gone. Life support was failing. But I had her. She'd locked herself in the med labs. She was trying to patch herself up. Damn tough, that one. Then just when I thought I had her, the station's core went critical. Barely made it back to my ship in time.
I assume the Asari Commando didn't make it.
I watched the station from a distance. I never saw her leave. And when that place blew, there was nothing left larger than a Turian's right nut. So I headed back to the diplomat to give him the good news and collect my pay. But before I got halfway there, Alina sent me a message. Better luck next time. Now, I'm not superstitious, but if someone can survive that, well, they deserve to live. At least for a bit longer.
What about the diplomat? He wanted her dead.
I told him the truth. Alina was still alive and she was really pissed. I told him if he wanted to live, he'd need me around to protect him.
You're smarter than you look, Rex.
He kept me on as his personal guard until he died. Natural causes. Easiest job I've ever had. A little boring, but credits are credits.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
I like that story, that was cool.
Shepard.
Rex?
Alright, so we can't ask him about what he thinks about the last mission. Same with Garrus. Alright, time to talk to what's their face. Oh yeah, Caden. I'm gonna talk to him. And what bullshit's the game gonna pull now? Is Commander Shepard gonna interact with him and say, "Hey there, sexy"? Going completely against my choices so far, or what? If he did say that, Renegade Shepard would be like, "Fuck you, kick in the nuts." At least in this playthrough that I'm doing.
Anything you need, Commander?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
I'm glad there aren't many aliens like the Thorian. I don't think my stomach could take it. Hell of a deal you worked out with John, though. If I ever get a speeding ticket, I want you to be my advocate.
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
I didn't figure you'd have time to talk with all that's going on. There's gotta be some xenobiologists who want to read about the Thorian.
All in triplicate, I'm sure. Did you want to see me?
I'm just looking for an ear. The debriefing wasn't the right place to say how ridiculous this is. Seems like every other race in the galaxy is wrapped up in their own problems. They don't want to see what's coming.
It's up to the Alliance to take its proper place, even if we have to kick its ass to convince it to kick theirs.
We're out here trying to save everyone. We can worry about who's king after the dust settles.
You sound like you want the aliens dictating to us.
I don't think many of them even want to. A lot of people don't understand that. I mean, it's only been 26 years since first contact. That's not a lot of time to understand them. But it was Vernus who made me see how human aliens are. They're not different or special. They're jerks and saints, just like us. Hell, by the time I got payback, I didn't even want it anymore.
Shadow Healer, thank you so much for contributing to the AC2 100 Feathers for annual 2023. I'm having a problem saying 2023 this year. But thank you so much, Shadow, for that. I really appreciate it. I hope things are going good.
I'm glad to hear the bastard got what he deserved.
He didn't desert. He hurt a girl, broke her arm. She reached for a glass of water instead of pulling it biotically. She just wanted a drink without getting a nosebleed, you know? Like an idiot, I stood up. Didn't know what I was gonna do, just something. And Vernus lost it. Beat the crap out of me. Kept shouting how they should have bombed us back to the Stone Age. And that's when the knife came up. A military-issue talon, right in my face. I cut loose. Full biotic kick right in the teeth. Almost as strong as I can manage now. But at 17, that's something.
Like I said, he deserved it.
It killed him, Shepard. Snapped his neck. They probably could have saved him if they got him to an infirmary quick enough. But they didn't. Caused a stir when they shipped him home. Bot training was shut down. Kinetics folded a couple of years later. So, yeah, maybe I hated that Turian. I mean, if one ass was enough to judge a whole race, I'd hate humans too.
I don't know. You don't seem angry about the Council strong-arming the Alliance.
Commander, I thought real hard about how to use my talents. When I swore the oath to defend the Alliance, it wasn't on a whim. If it comes down to it, I am a soldier. I have to believe that my superiors can tell our enemies from people who disagree with us. If the Alliance is missing its chance, it's because of men like Udina, not the rest of the galaxy holding us back. Of course, your opinion is the one that matters, Commander.
As long as you remember that, we'll do fine, Lieutenant.
Yes, ma'am. I should return to my duties now. Commander?
Commander?
We'll talk another time, Lieutenant.
Commander?
Yes. Shepard is the commander. I know it's protocol, but it's like... Hi, Commander. Hello, Lieutenant. What's the time, Commander? It's 2 o'clock, Lieutenant. What would you like to talk about, Commander? A topic, Lieutenant. What kind of topic, Commander? A topic that's not this one. Okay, Commander. How about we talk about apples? Commander. Okay, Lieutenant. What color apples do you like? Commander, I like red apples. Commander, what apples do you like? Lieutenant, I like green ones. It's like, how many times do you have to say Commander every time? It's like, Commander, hello, Commander, I, Commander, wanted Commander, to Commander, ask Commander, you, Commander, to Commander, tell Commander, me, Commander, what, Commander, the Commander, Commander, issue, Commander, is Commander. Alright, so we've spoken with Kaiden. Kaiden, it sounds like a Mortal Kombat name. Round 1. Fight. Kaiden wins. Bordality. View Arnold is like, hello. Hello, Smeagol. Alright, up we go to the door control. Alright, so I think we're pretty much ready to do the next main mission. Sorry, not the next main mission. We're ready to actually go to the planet and system where the new main mission is. But I still need to cover the planets and what is what with them. Node Crux. Yep, so I've landed there. Can update my list to say that we landed there. Alright. You. Then Gollum is like, hello Arnold. Then they finish questions and sentences saying each other's names. Alright, so Nevaria is the next planet. Now I was doing some reading, and this is a DLC planet, I'm pretty sure. And I was umming and ahhing about whether I would do the DLC. And I'm kind of thinking that for this playthrough, for my first playthrough, I'd rather just focus on the main game. So Asteroid X57 is part of a DLC. So I won't be doing that for this playthrough. However, in a future playthrough, I'll do it. Horsehead Nebula. What's the name of this one? Hang on, Sentry Omega, where's that? I have to have a look for a second. Sentry Omega, where was that? Oh, that was Virmire, okay. That's right, I went there to have a look at the planets and read about them. But I'll worry about that when we're actually to that part of the story. Right, so Nevaria is Horsehead Nebula. Alright, so we have packs. Alrighty then, so we have a few planets. Veles. Veles has a thin atmosphere of xenon and krypton. Most other materials have frozen and fallen as snow. Its surface is composed of potassium and with deposits of magnesium. While investigating the primitive anaerobic life of Veles, binary helix survey teams discovered a cunningly hidden anchorage of the ancient Krogan warlord Moro. Many records and artifacts of the Krogan rebellions were recovered and sold at auction. The empty base is now abandoned. Matriarch's writings recovered. Scans of the planet Veles revealed a small abandoned vessel. Your salvage team brought the ship on board and dismantled it, whereupon they discovered one of the Matriarch Dillinaga's writings. Alright, Nevaria. Nevaria is a small frozen terrestrial world, barely habitable by conventional definitions. It is privately chartered by the Nevaria Development Corporation, who lease out labs to perform research too dangerous or controversial to be performed elsewhere. Given Nevaria's unique situation, it is the source of many wild conspiracy theories, including the one that the galaxy is not actually real. It's just a galaxy created within a video game. Apparently that's the rumor about the whole galaxy in Mass Effect. Morana. Morana. We have a lot of morons on this planet. Morana is a icy planetoid smaller than Earth's moon. Many planetary geologists suspect it was once an Oort cloud ice dwarf, which migrated inwards after an encounter with some other body. While the crust is frozen water ice, deeper layers are mostly silicates with pockets of magnesium and aluminum. Morana is tidally locked to packs. The same side always faces the sun. Svarog. Svarog is a small but typical hydrogen and helium gas giant whose orbit lies quite close to the star. It is unusual for a star with a close orbiting gas giant to have a habitable world. Svarog is Pax's only gas giant, but its temperature, powerful winds, and high orbital velocity make it a poor candidate for helium-3 mining. While Nevaria enjoys plentiful deuterium for its fusion plants, it imports all of its helium-3 from our system. Alright, so I've covered all those. Not many planets in that in terms of like ones that we scan, etc. But if we have a look at the journal, I just want to check how we're going with some of the side missions. Hang on, what was that? That's right, it goes under collection complete. Alright, I just want to check that I've got the right amount of medallions in that. Yep, so League medallions 9 of 10. 6 of 7 Prothean artifacts. I need to update this. So we have, last time I checked we had 15 out of 20 light metals, now we have 16 out of 20. Heavy metals the same, rare is the same. There we go. Salcat, you started that conspiracy. It's not real. Exactly, Salcat. It's like what they thought was their universe is just simply a construct within a video game. It's funny, I like when video games have fourth wall breaking moments that comment on the fact that it's a video game. Because you can have fourth wall breaking moments in a video game where it's not that the character's taking note that they're actually a character in a video game. But fourth wall breaking can be as simple as the character looks to the screen and says, "Ouch, that guy hurt my feelings. It's time to hurt him. What do you say?" You know, that kind of thing. But I do like it too when there's like fourth wall breaking in video games about video games. Like in Secret of Monkey Island, one of the options you can choose at the end of the game is like when you get asked, "So what did you learn about?" So what did you learn, Guybrush, through your experiences, basically, kind of thing. And the bottom option is never pay more than $20 for a computer game. So things like that. I really like that kind of fourth wall breaking humor in games. Secret of Evermore does it as well. There's this dude who's preaching about stuff, and if you keep on talking to him, eventually he'll basically say, "I'll prove it to you," you know, and choose what form you want me to take. But he talks about how they're just characters in a video game being controlled by some, unseen unseen entity. Actually, I've got a highlight of it on my channel. Hey there, Spectrum. How's things going for you today? Okay, highlights. Here we go. Fourth wall break in Secret of Evermore. There we go. That's the link to it. Spectrum, pretty well. Actually got a lot done. How are you? You got your cat hut in today and you've been staining it a red oak. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're going pretty well, Spectrum. And it's very good to get a lot done as well. Feel such relief after that. And that's cool that you're staining it a red oak color. That's cool. So has the cat been curious about it as you're doing that? Or have they sort of just not really paid much attention yet? And I'm going pretty good, thanks, Spectrum. I had a good day yesterday and had a good morning today. He's been curious about it. Okay, I see. Probably thinking, what is this thing? And can I scratch it? Missions, assignments. So if I have a look at the mission list that I've made, we have Nevaria, and it looks like this is a pretty long mission. So it might take me 2 streams to do it in today. Assignments that will pop up in Nevaria, it looks like there's only 2. So that's something we can handle when we get there. So Geth Interest, Nevaria. That's where we're going. Spectrum is going to be his outdoor home. He terrorizes the other cat and you need to keep them separate if you're to keep him. Oh, that's understandable, Spectrum, for sure. Definitely don't want that to happen. But that's cool too, that you're able to have that as a way to do that too.
Approach control, this is the SSV Normandy, requesting a vector and a berth.
Normandy, your arrival was not scheduled. Our defense grid is armed and tracking you. State your business.
Citadel business. We got a Council Spectre aboard.
Landing access granted, Normandy. Be advised, we will be confirming identification on arrival. If confirmation cannot be established, your vessel will be impounded.
What a fun bunch. I think I'll take my next leave here.
I just realized something too. I need to check. Jumped ahead of myself. Is there another galaxy here to look at? There is, Rod. You nong. Alright. I forgot to look for the other one, so we'll do this first before I jump into the mission. Alright, so Horsehead Nebula. And I've already covered Pax, haven't covered Strenus, and haven't covered Fortuna. I guess they don't care about the identification. You don't need to see our identification. Spectrum, we hope it works, otherwise we'll need to rehome him. He's so sweet to us but hates any other cats. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, there's so much stuff that, you know, is out of your control. And the things that are, it's good to try what you can, you know. So hopefully, fingers crossed, Spectrum, that that will be something that will actually, you know, prevent him from doing that. Hey there, Zaius. No, they don't seem happy. That's for sure. Beat AC Origins was good, especially the ending. However, it does feel sort of cheap compared to AC2 Brotherhood, but Egypt was great. You bought AC Odyssey and Rogue on sale, but may hold off on AC games for a bit. You just did 4 back to back. Yeah, Zaius, that's the thing. Like, it's best to do that. You don't want to get burnt out on it, because sometimes when you get burned out on a series, it can affect how you perceive, you know, a game that you haven't played in that series yet. So that's definitely a good idea, dude. Take a break from it, play some other stuff, and then come back when you're feeling fresh with it. And yeah, the ending, I love that ending. Plus the eagle skull landing on the beach and the imprint of it being the logo of the Assassins. It's really, really cool. So much stuff. Amaranthine. This is a planet we can land on. Amaranthine is a chilly rock world with an atmosphere of carbon dioxide and nitrogen. Its frozen surface consists largely of light titanium and aluminum oxides, with deposits of thorium and other heavy metals located in the deep crust. Amaranthine was named by the human poet Sophia Cabral during her tour of duty aboard the Alliance surveyor ship Coupe. Under the dim light of the red dwarf Fortuna, the surface of this world is lit in rich twilight blues and purples even at midday. Maganless. Maganless is a rock terrestrial with an atmosphere of sulfur dioxide and trace amounts of helium. Scans reveal ancient lava plains on the surface, implying a geologically active past. The crust consists of sulfur and basalts, but the planet's mass suggests a core or iron and heavier materials. Cursory drill coring suggests the possibility of simple subterranean life. We have Wentania. Wentania, hard data on Wentania is very limited. When the system was charted by the Alliance surveyor Coupe, only a small unmanned flyby probe was spared for the distant world. It is a small rock and ice planet with a trace atmosphere of krypton and sulfur dioxide. Normandy's more detailed survey suggests the frozen terrestrial may be a suitable target for mining. While it is largely water ice, mapping of mass concentration suggests it has a core of pure aluminum. Okay, Theramlon is a frigid world with a thick nitrogen-argon atmosphere. The crust consists of silicates and various unremarkable ores, but is surprisingly rich in phosphates. Since the atmosphere lacks free oxygen, the phosphates are relatively pure and could be of value in the manufacture of fertilizers and incendiary ammunition. Alright, that covers Fortuna. Now to cover Strenus. So what do you think of Mass Effect? You just started Mass Effect 3 on Insanity, first time FemShep last week. Game looks amazing with all the PS5 4K bells and whistles. I'm liking it, Zaius. Yeah, I really think it's a great game. And considering this originally was a 2007 game, I think they've done a good job with the remastering of it. But also, back when this came out, I can understand why people went crazy for it. Because of how epic it feels on a very smaller scale. Like, obviously, if they were to make a Mass Effect game today, they'd probably make it a 200-hour experience with 100 planets that you can land on, and all that type of stuff. But for what they had in 2007 and the technology at the time, they did such a pretty good job, it seems. Antitara. Antitara is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of ammonia. Hydrocarbons in the atmosphere lend it a distinct brown tint. I might have actually read these before. I think I have, but just in case. Trellin is a lifeless rock with a trace atmosphere of xenon and krypton. Its surface contains large amounts of iron and magnesium silicates. Due to heavily corroded terrain, starships are discouraged from landing. A Solarian religious cult claims that a certain pattern of overlapping craters in the southern hemisphere resembles their goddess. Yeah, I think I read these when I wasn't actually keeping track yet of what I was reading. The Salgon. The Salgon, a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant. The Salgon's atmosphere is tinted blue by trace quantities of methane. Yunthal. Shrouded by a thick atmosphere of complex hydrocarbons, Yunthal has never been fully mapped. The surface is hot and completely covered by a global ocean of liquid hydrocarbons. There are indications of primitive organic life developing deep within the global ocean. Zarwin. Zarwin has a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and methane. The surface is frozen and mainly composed of cobalt with deposits of copper. Planet-side conditions are hazardous, with constant ice storms wrecking the surface. Let's just land here just to see what's what. Zaysh, you think your first time was your last game of 2010? You started 2011 with Mass Effect 2, got Mass Effect 3 at midnight launch. Of the original releases, one was the janky, unrefined one. The remaster gives it such an edge. Ah, of course, yeah. Well, that's the other thing too about games in 2007, especially when we look at them now. Surveyed. Alright, so we have been here before. Although this debris, maybe at the time we couldn't access what's there to decrypt, but now we can. As much as I have been enjoying Mass Effect 1, I will not be jumping into Mass Effect 2 straight away. In fact, I don't know if it will be until a bit later in this year until I do, because I have heaps of other games that I want to get to, and I also don't want to do back-to-back playthroughs of Mass Effect Trilogy, because I also don't want to get fatigued or burnt out on the series. And so, given that, the next few games after this won't be Mass Effect games. In fact, it'll probably be like quite a few games between. So just a bit of a heads up for people who might have been hoping that I was going to do a marathon back-to-back trilogy playthrough. I don't have a deadline with these sorts of games, but there are other games that I do have deadlines with that if I put off for too long in the year, I'll end up having to cram them all in at the end of the year, which I did last year, and I didn't really have a fun time overall doing that. It took a lot to actually get it done. Especially because I was going away at Christmas time as well. While I'm here, let's actually fix our squad. Already have. So how far are you in this? So we're up to the part where you go to Neveria. So in the main story, getting closer and closer to the final section. I've got Shepard up to level 24. I did a lot of side stuff. Alright, so what I want to do first is actually go here. Alright, so just need to update the list of planets that I've been to and looked at and all that type of stuff. Alright, so Neveria landed. Amaranthine. Did I land on Amaranthine? No, I haven't. Jeez, Rod. Hang on. What was unknown that came up on the screen? Aha! MSV Majesty. The Majesty is a Kowloon-class modular conveyor of human design. The ship is a derelict. All compartments are exposed to space and the fusion plane is leaking. The damage is consistent with ship-mounted mass accelerator fire. Alright, so we can't actually go to that, so that's no worries. But that's at Strennis. That's in Strennis, sorry. Yunthal. Alright, so I landed on Zarwin. MSV. Majesty. Alright, now I need to go out of this into Fortuna. And then Amaranthine land. Zayas, have you done the Virmire mission? Not yet, no. I'm actually leaving that until after I've done Neveria. Okay, so it looks like I have been on this planet. Jesus Christ. This is what happens when I don't actually take note of stuff. So this would have been back when I wasn't actually keeping track of which planets I'd been to and read and all that type of stuff. Oh really, Zayas? That's cool. I'll definitely find out when we get to it. Alright, so still want to suss out every single location that has an icon on this planet, just in case there was something I missed the last time I was actually here. Why can't I sprint? Thanks, game. Oh yeah, that's right. This is who's here. Alright, good. That sorts that out. Okay, now while I think about it, and I went to the wrong screen, let's have a look if we got anything different. It's the same. We lose heatsink on that, don't want to equip it. It's the same. That's better. Brawler 8. Stiletto 8, we've already got that. Alright, so switch to Brawler 8. Reaper 9, we definitely don't want to get rid of that, so we'll equip that. I hate when it pops up with a message and doesn't fucking tell me what it's doing. Maybe I was too... This is the problem with some games. You gotta slow down and be very, very slow with when you press the buttons. Otherwise, you'll do something you don't want to. There we go. Now hopefully I didn't actually get rid of something that I actually wanted to keep, because of the fact that it switched weapons, because I pressed the A button too quick for the game to register that I pressed it. Alrighty then, now I'm ready to do the next part of the story, so let's go to Nevaria finally. We've already had the cutscene, but essentially we need to show them ID on the planet or something, some bullshit.
Yes, Commander?
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, ma'am.
Commander, something you need?
I have to go.
All right, see you.
Anything you need, Commander?
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's
We're
at.
all in for the duration. You can count on everyone to do their duty.
What's your opinion on the last?
I'm glad there aren't many aliens. If I ever get a speeding ticket...
We'll talk another
Commander?
time.
Shepard?
Rex?
Commander?
What's your
Gotta
opinion?
admire those. Given the option, I'd get the hell out of Dodge. I should get back to my duty, Skipper. Rifles don't mean. Ma'am?
Commander, I wanted to thank you.
I don't have time for this.
Oh. Goodbye, Commander.
Yeah, considering nothing new is happening from Garrus' side of things. It's like you've already thanked us once, and we've already explored the thanking me. It's time to move on, Garrus. You gotta move on from thanking me. You'll never live your life fully unless you stop thanking me.
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
That's far enough.
I'm on important business.
This is an unscheduled arrival. I need your credentials.
You first.
We're the law here. Show some respect.
I'm Captain Maiko Matsuo, Ilanis Risk Control Services.
All you need to know is I have more credentials than you.
They plan to be trouble, man.
I can't let you enter the port area without confirmation of your identity. Sergeant Sterling, secure their weapons.
Don't try it.
Nobody takes my weapon.
Charge and lock!
We're authorized to use lethal force. You have to the count of 3 to surrender your weapons. 1, 2, 3.
Captain Matsuo, stand down!
Yeah, stand down.
We confirmed their
You're a fucking
identity.
Spectre,
Spectres
bitch.
are authorized to carry weapons here, Captain.
You may proceed, Spectre. I hope the rest of your visit will be less confrontational. Parasini-san will meet you upstairs.
Behave yourself.
No, you behave your fucking self. I'm a Renegade Shepherd, right? So you fucking shut your ass. Otherwise, Renegade Shepherd will shut it for you. Permanently.
Get out of here.
Oh, I hope we can Renegade option this Kyra character.
I'm sure Parasini-san will answer any questions you have.
I'll be keeping my eye on you.
Well, yeah, how about we shoot your eyes out? Then you won't be able to keep any eyes on anyone.
You're not so tough.
Wanna fucking test it?
You better toe the line here.
Talking about your toes, how about we cut them off?
Get out of here. I'll be keeping my eye on you.
I don't like that character now. So if we get into a situation where we can save their life or not, bye-bye.
I am Gianna Parasini, assistant to Administrator Analeus. We apologize for the incident in the docking bay.
Someone piss in your security chief's coffee today?
She takes her job seriously. She is a valuable asset to the company. One of my duties is orientation of new arrivals. Do you have any questions?
Has anyone unusual passed through here recently?
Unusual? And a sorry matriarch passed through a few days ago. Lady Benezia.
Saren's flunky? Where?
She's a threat to galactic peace. I'm here to bring her in or put her down.
The board doesn't like having outside problems dumped in its lap, Commander. Benezia left for the Peak 15 research complex days ago. To the best of my knowledge, she's still there.
Good. Give us directions and we'll be on our way.
You'll need to ask Administrator Analeus for clearance to leave this port.
Exactly, Salcap. That character is on thin ice. If I wasn't playing Renegade Shepherd, I wouldn't be like that towards that character, but I'm having fun with playing the Renegade, so I'm kind of, I guess, in a way, not that I really do this that often, but I guess in a way I'm role-playing as well. Having reactions that, you know, I probably wouldn't normally have if I was playing through this game normally or on the Paragon, but just for the Renegade.
Where can I find the Administrator?
His office is on the main level, left at the top of the elevator.
Pretty heavy security for such a small port.
The Executive Board does everything in its power to protect the privacy of our client corporations.
Is this privacy intended to hide illegal research?
This planet is beyond the jurisdiction of the Citadel. The law is what the Executive Board says it is. Do you know how valuable this planet is? How many advances in genetics and artificial intelligence got their start here?
Understood. Can we go in now?
Of course. If you need any help, you can ask me at the Administrator's office.
If Lady Benezia is here, it might be wise to bring Niara along. She knows her mother better than we do.
Are you backseating me, Tali? Huh? I'm Commander Shepard, the fucking Renegade here. I will do what I fucking want, alright? Otherwise you'll go back on the ship. Let's talk to this dude. Oh, we can't. Fair enough, game.
Welcome to Port Hanshan, the galaxy's most respected site for independent scientific research and development. For your own safety and to protect the privacy of others, you are required to obey any directions given by our security personnel. If you have questions or concerns, our friendly administrative staff is always available. Thank you, and enjoy your stay.
The managers warned us about you.
This one offers greetings. You are the Spectre that visits Port Hanshan.
News travels fast here.
Indeed, esteemed Spectre. Your arrival was not greeted with any joy by the companies here. This one has a burden that you could ease. If an arrangement could be made, it would compensate you. This one has procured a special item for a customer. The item is not permitted within the station, but you could bring it through customs.
You want me to use my status to smuggle for you?
That is not inaccurate.
I won't carry anything if I don't know what it is.
This one must be discreet. Rest assured, the contents pose no threat to anyone within this port.
I want to know where this package is going.
This one's customer prefers to remain anonymous.
Your customer would prefer to have his package. Tell me who it's for or I walk.
Your words are not unreasonable. The customer is the Krogan called Inamorda. That one is a bounty hunter of some repute, and quick to anger. You understand this one's urgency. That other grows restless from the delay.
I have no problem with that.
This one humbly thanks the Spectre. The package will be delivered to your vessel. All you need do is bring it to this one. Please do not mention this to Administrator Annaleus. That one would levy fees. Is there anything else this one might help you with?
I'm just browsing right now.
This one awaits your return. Greetings, Spectre. Have you brought the package?
I'm here to shop. We can discuss this later.
Of course. This one apologizes for inconveniencing you. Greetings, Spectre. Have you brought...
I'm here to shop.
Of course. This one apologizes for inconveniencing you. Greetings, Spectre. Have you...
I'm here to shop.
Of course. This... Greetings, Spectre. Have you...
I'm here to shop.
Of course.
Alright, so we should have reached now the 40-hour mark. There we go. And we now have another side mission, the smuggling one, and there's another side mission on this planet.
You're not so tough.
Hope we get to put that to the test later.
You better toe the line here.
How about we get a line, put it around your neck, and then throw you over this balcony here? See if you can toe the line.
Greetings, Spectre. Have you brought the package?
I've been busy. I'll pick it up later.
This one implores the Spectre for haste. The customer is quick-tempered.
I'll be back later then.
This one awaits your return. Greetings, Spectre. Have you brought the package?
Change of plans. I've decided to keep it myself.
You cannot do that. Inamorda will be furious with this one. This one wants the other to leave now.
There we go. Renegade Shepherd would keep that, even though looking at it, it's not really that exciting to me personally. Alright, so that's that side quest done. And that was smuggling. Smuggling. Smuggler. Sorry, in Assassin's Creed Black Flag, there's actually 2 NPCs you have to tail, and they're talking about smuggling, and then they comment on how funny the word sounds. Alright, so the other side mission that's on this planet is called Espionage. Hello there, Nemesis. I hope things are going good. Is Alcat a bit mean in your opinion? That's the Renegade Shepherd way. Being mean is the way that she does stuff. But yeah, some choices in this game that I've been making as Renegade, I've sort of personally felt a bit, I don't really that I'm sticking with the Renegade style. Nemesis has a pretty good AC YouTube channel called Master Assassin. He has a lot of content and also AC games comparisons. Yeah, there's a lot of YouTube channels that pop up in my suggested feed related to Assassin's Creed. But yeah, I'll keep an eye out for any of his stuff. But usually, I sort of only really look at new game announcements and stuff.
I'm on duty, Spectre. I shouldn't be talking to you.
Because sometimes there's stuff that I already know that, as much as the person's content might be well put together, I already know the information, so it's a bit monotonous being told the same information over and over and over again.
My people have dealt with the corporations on Noveria in the past. They pay well and they don't ask any questions.
Nemesis, you're curious to one day play Unity and Origins? Yeah, be interesting to see what you think about those two games. They're both undervalued, I think, in a lot of ways. Because sometimes there seems to be an elitism going on in the series where certain games get extra criticism added on top.
How can I help you?
A lot of it being irrelevant to now, but only relevant to launch, which was, 2014. Especially in regards to Unity, It's fair enough not to like a game because when it launched, it had a lot of issues. But if you know full well that a lot of those issues have been resolved, and you still keep spouting about how it's a crap game because of its launch, then you're really living in the past. But it isn't free of problems, obviously. There are still glitches that happen, but personally I find the glitches just humorous and or not that big of a deal because they don't actually do anything to ruin the game for you. Hang on, wasn't there a character just in here? Character just despawned. Okay. Nemesis, I believe you do, lol. You're a super fan or expert in AC. Well, I wouldn't really go that far. I never really proclaim or say that I'm an expert in anything, to be honest. Because there's always something new to learn. So there's that too. But when it comes to people talking about, rumors about what's coming out next, I kind of just shut all that off because sometimes rumors is where bullshit starts and then people based on that bullshit don't give the game a chance and then years later they're still raving on about how it's not a good game based on the rumor that well and truly wasn't true, I don't wonder why they were there, it's just that I walked. For what Master Assassin was saying, Unity is better than Rogue. He loves Rogue but inferior to Unity. Yeah. I should actually have a video that I have that I just put a link to in chat to cover my thoughts on it, so I don't have to keep repeating myself. But that's the nature of playing the games on this channel a lot, is I always tend to have to say the same things over and over again. But the basics of why I don't like Rogue can be summed up in a command that isn't working anymore. There we go. Thank you, Stream Elements. Hey there, Mauler. Hope you're doing well. Wanted to pop in and say hello before you go off to bed. I'll see you in the morning, but hope you're having a great night. That's okay, Mauler. Thanks for stopping in. I really appreciate that. I hope that you have a great stream. I needed to start my stream a bit earlier, so I didn't really get a chance to catch much of your stream, but I saw you play a little bit of Freedom Cry and got up to the mission where you had to use the firecrackers and get on the ship. I hope that went well and that the rest of your stream was great. You definitely will. I'll be doing my split stream today, Tuesday, but I'll be streaming much later my time as well. But thank you so much, Mauler, for popping in. Nemesis, ever since landing on your channel, you've been thinking of finally playing AC3 Remaster. You got Odyssey Gold Edition. Well, that's good, Nemesis. Yeah, because the remaster of 3, like, if you do... if you haven't played Liberation before, it's also a good chance to try that game out as well. It plays very much the same as Assassin's Creed 3, so there's not much you have to sort of like get used to. Hey Miriam, welcome to you. How's things going? Yeah, playing through Mass Effect. We're just now up to the story part in the main story, sorry, where we go to Neveria. So many good memories of it for you, Miriam. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. It's always good to have those. Morley, you mean you did what you do, which was no stealth, going ham, and got your ship. We finished the mission where you dress as a slave too. Good DLC. Oh, that's great, Mauler. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, because it is a great DLC. And the ironic thing is, it's done by Ubisoft Quebec, who did Odyssey. So there are things that I feel they do right in the series, and that DLC is definitely one of them. But that's good to do it that way too, you know, and that way you're just running around, you know, killing the slavers, which is always fun as well. Nemesis, sorry you brought up AC when you're on Mass Effect. Oh no, Nemesis, don't feel like that. It's definitely okay. You know, that's one of the things about being a streamer is, you know, it's just like any game series. Like if someone wants to come in and talk about Legend of Zelda or something, for example, I definitely don't mind other games being talked about that aren't what I'm streaming, that's for sure. But just as a general thing, there's only so many things that I can sort of repeat. And sometimes, because I go into detail a lot as well, sometimes I end up talking for 10 minutes because I'm going into too much detail. I need to learn sometimes just to go basics. Mauler, a blind squirrel gets a nut every once in a while, but you're going to force blindness with sleep. Much love, Rod. That's okay, Mauler. I really hope you have a great sleep, dude. And thanks again for popping in. You enjoy the rest of your night. So for those who haven't checked Mauler before, highly recommend. Recently was doing some charity streams to raise money against the fight in MS, and managed to raise over $1,000, so that was awesome. They were able to do that. Also playing through Assassin's Creed Freedom Cry, which is the DLC for Black Flag, and he's also a streamer of Grounded, as well as Goose Goose Duck. He also plays that with viewers, so if you're a player of that game and you like to play with streamers when they're playing it, definitely recommend Mauler for that. But the most important thing is Mauler is a great streamer. He has a very positive community over on his channel, and you'll definitely feel welcomed, and you'll have a great time and lots of fun as well. So highly recommend checking out Mauler's channel if you haven't before.
How can I help you?
How large are the facilities here?
We have 17 research complexes built into the mountains. Each is a self-sufficient facility housing a staff of hundreds.
Tell me about the companies that work on Noveria.
Over 250 high-tech firms rent our labs. Major shareholders include Elanis Risk Control Services, Binary Helix, and Synthetic Insights Limited.
Binary Helix. They work in genetics?
BH is a leader in genetics and biotechnology. They try to keep a low profile in the media. Much of their research is in biotic modifications. That angers many Luddite, organic baseline, and fundamentalist groups.
Your guards work for ERCS, don't they?
The executive board gets a discount on facility security. Elanis also develops lethal and non-lethal weapons.
Haven't I seen Synthetic Insights in the news lately?
They're one of only 4 corporations licensed by the Citadel Council to develop artificial intelligence. They attract many protests. No agitators have ever breached our security. That's why they invest heavily here.
I'd like to speak to Analeas.
One moment, please. Mr. Analeas?
Yes, what?
Commander Shepard is asking to see you, sir.
Right, fine, come in.
But before we go see him, let's go this way, just to explore a bit more. I was saying at the start of this stream that I won't be doing the DLC content in this playthrough. I'll leave that until another playthrough in the future at some point. Alright, so we got characters over that way.
Don't make us regret letting you keep those guns.
What, these guns? Those ones? Is that the one you're talking about? Hey Hippie, welcome to you. We're currently at this point in the main story now. We've gone to this location and the security that was here pissed me off a bit, so I'm hoping that we get to renegade them later. How's things going with you? That leads to that. Yeah, it's so funny. They even pulled guns on us, so we pulled guns on them. And then they got through a message saying to them, stand down. You know, Commander Shepard is a Spectre. And I'm like, yeah, that's right. She's a Spectre, bitch. Things are going well. Sitting for an exam in a few hours. Ah, are you Hippie? Well, best of luck with that. I hope that the exam goes well. And that you get a great result also. So how much prep time have you been given for it? Like, did you know that you're getting the exam this week? Or did you find out that you're going to have it like the next day or something? Hopefully you've had a bit of time other than today to actually prepare for it.
Spectre, right?
Who's asking?
Don't worry. I'm not out to put a slug in your head. I used to be a military tech. Except for my ego's people, everyone's too corporate here. They just sit around sipping expensive water. So what can I do for you today?
Nemesis, you saw $600 Swiss Invicta watch for $80, you might buy it. Really, Nemesis? That's a big price drop. That's a great bargain, holy shit. That's a lot of money for it to drop down to. Hippie, like a week, yeah, but you haven't been able to start the prep until 3 days ago. Ah, I see, Hippie. Yeah, well that's understandable, you know, but hey, at least you've done some studying, you know, a few days before. You didn't just wake up on the day and you're like, oh shit, I need to do the exam in an hour, quick study.
What do you do here?
I'm the chief mechanic for Hanshan. Just call me Lee. Humans have a problem saying my full name. Got a team of 12 under me, keeping the shuttles coming and going.
I got a feeling that this actor is one of the thugs in the Batman Arkham games.
You seem like you have an ear to the ground. What's happening around here?
There's the problems up on Peak 15. Synthetics Insights was shut down by Analeas, and the Matriarch came through.
What was that about synthetic insights?
Scuttlebutt says Lord Keene was on the take. Xyonaleia shut down SI's offices. Quiet like, so no off-world lawyers come in on it.
So this dude is named Lily Hyrax. Aha, here we go. Okay, so Keith Sarah Barker, I think is how you pronounce it. So he plays this dude. Ryu sounds like him. Yeah, it really does. Like, that's the first thing I thought of. Hippie T, thank you for contributing points to that challenge for AC2. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate it. It's going to be met, like the the flag collection one for AC1. But the thing about the feathers is there being only 100. It's much quicker overall to get those 100. Looks like he's been in heaps of stuff. Dishonored series. Metal Gear Solid 5. Yep, thought so. Batman Arkham Knight. Curiously, he's not in City. And he's not in Asylum, but he was in The Dark Knight as Stevens. I don't know what that character looks like.
What sort of problems are there at Peak 15?
Don't know. There's a blizzard up there, but we've had those before. Never cut the satellite uplinks before. 15's always had a lousy reputation. Nobody talks about what they do there. And everyone sent up comes back a little quieter.
Do you know where that matriarch is now?
You looking for her? She took a shuttle to Peak 15 before we lost contact.
How can I get into the garage?
You need a pass. You can get one from Ananias or the managers, if you can polish enough gizzard.
Maybe you could let me borrow yours?
Sure. If I wanted to lose my job and get sued into the next spiral arm. Security tracks card use.
I have to go.
You need anything, I'll be here.
Access to the garage is restricted.
Fine. I was just passing by.
Have a good day.
That character model looked like they were highly strung on massive caffeine intake. It's like, I can't open my eyes any wider. but I'm trying. I remember in the original Nightmare on Elm Street, there's a scene where Nancy, the main character, falls asleep in her class. And you don't know straight away that she's dreaming, unless you've seen the movie before, of course. But for those who didn't actually see the movie before, when it was new to them, you don't know that the character's actually asleep. And she leaves the classroom and goes down the hall. Now, we never had these types of people in our schools here in Australia, in our system, especially like our high school system and that. But anyway, a hall monitor. So basically, Nancy is running and she bumps into this hall monitor, and then the hall monitor's like, "Where's your pass?" And then Nancy's like, "Screw your pass." And then, as she keeps running off, she looks back, and then it's Freddy with the face of the hall monitor and the sweater and everything going, "No running in the hallway," with an evil grin on his face.
Excuse me, I need a moment of your time.
Anyway, I was talking about that because of the fact that that character asked for a pass. It's funny how a single word can make me trigger a thought about a movie, but there we go.
The male human at the hotel bar? He's a sales rep for Binary Helix. His name is Rafael Vargas. I need you to speak with him.
Do you know who I am?
Everyone here knows who you are, Dullstone. That makes you ideal for my job. You are a known quantity, or so Vargas will think. He will assume you are here to investigate his company's dirty laundry. That will distract him from my real intentions.
He's right there. Why not talk to him yourself?
I wish I could. I already bungled this myself. He realized I was not a real buyer.
Strange people skulking in corners have gotten me in trouble before.
I represent the Aramali City Council on Thessia. Our town is known for its biotic amp crafters.
What is your interest in Binary Helix? They do genetics work.
Much of BH's work relates to biotics. There are rumors that the Novaria branch has flown in Asari biotics. Powerful ones. Commandos, to be specific. We want to assess any potential risk to Asari copyrights. You will present yourself as a buyer, on behalf of the Spectres or the Alliance. Discuss their military enhancement programs. Your real objective will be to distract him. I will give you a device that will crack into his personal wireless network. It will upload a variety of monitoring viruses. They will infiltrate Binary Helix when he logs onto their intranet.
What's in it for me?
Money, of course. I would be well paid for this. So would you. 500 credits.
Interesting plan. I'm in.
Excellent. Here's the cracking device. You will know it is done when it beeps. I've assembled a dossier on Vargas. If you would like, I could brief you on his behavior patterns.
Riddle me this, Batman. Jared's father has 3 sons. Snap, Crackle, and Pop.
I think. I don't know.
Tell me what you know about Vargas.
He is impatient with those who waste his time. I tried to get him distracted and off topic. He concluded I was not interested in his company's services. I noticed he has a tell. When a topic makes him nervous or uncomfortable, he has a tendency to rub the back of his neck. If you see that, press him on the subject. It may distract him enough to keep him talking.
Tell me what you know about Vargas.
He is impatient. I know if you see that, press him on the subject. It may distract him enough to keep him
I'll go see him now.
I hope to hear from you soon.
Afternoon. Sit down, have a drink. What can I do for you?
Who might you be?
Lorik Keene. For the moment, I am the manager of the Synthetic Insights office.
Taking a 3-martini lunch?
You mean my loitering here? If only it were mere indolence. Mr. Analeus closed my office. He claims to be investigating reports of my corruption. The administrator is an interesting man. He's become quite wealthy since he took direct control of rents.
Skip to the part where you tell me what you want and what you'll give me for it.
Put bluntly, the administrator demands rent kickbacks from the companies on Noveria. I acquired evidence of Analeus' actions. His hired goons are ransacking my office to find it. I suspect your goal lies outside this port. Mr. Analeus would be disinclined to let you wander. If you recover the evidence from my office, I will give you my garage pass, as well as a sum of credits.
Oh, of course, Hippie. Jared's father has 3 sons, Snap, Crackle, and Jared. That's a really good riddle, though, Hippie. One of those riddles that requires you to basically focus a lot on the actual wording of the riddle.
How did you get a pass?
I'm a manager. Most executives on Noveria are free to come and go as they will.
And that's the thing about riddles like that, which are cool. You know, like everyone knows the phrase snap, crackle, pop, right? So using that as a lure, it makes the person think that the answer is related to that aspect. But the real answer lies in the words that come before it. Obviously, Jared's father. So if you take Jared to be a son, of course, him asking about his father, like mentioning his father and saying that his father has 3 sons. Quite clever.
Why didn't Analeus cancel your pass clearance?
Why should he? There's nothing outside but snow and hungry Nathak.
That sounds like a fair trade.
Violence against Mr. Analeus' thugs may be necessary. He has members of Hanshan's security team searching my offices. He's paying them under the table. Miss Matsuo is unaware of their outside employment.
If he's paying them under the table, they're mercenaries. I can kill mercenaries.
Excellent. Here is my pass into our offices. It will activate the elevator. The evidence is on my office computer. This OSD contains an encryption key to access it. Slide it into the drive and it will auto-execute. Oh, and do try to keep bloodstains off the carpets, would you?
No guarantees.
Good. I don't think I'm supposed to mention numbers. They'd only write them down on the thin strip.
Full benefits, of course.
Ah, sure, the company takes care of its own. Full insurance, paid vacation, subsidized housing. After a year, I'd start getting stock options.
You hear about the resort they've got there? At the equator? Bounce backing, diving, an accredited ASA Eurofield?
If you like that sort of thing, I'd rather admire the view.
Their reactions, they were just looking calmly at Shepard as she was firing the weapon. And then when I stopped, they were just like back to each other for a bit.
I'm sorry. The hotel is off limits to those without a corporate account.
Don't hang up. Elder brother, it's me. I'm on Noveria now. I can't talk long. This call is costing 10 credits a minute. It's real time from the Traverse. Did you think it would be cheap? I need some information. There's an issue here with synthetic insights. The manager, Laura Keene, he got caught with his toes wet. The office is closed by Hanshin's administrator. I need you to see what you can find out about... Are you ready for his name? Ronadril Gan Swa Folsum Keratin Nar Ead Belanleas. No, that's the administrator. The Hanshin administrator. Now, think about it. A Turian wouldn't risk getting his office closed. They don't compromise their team. That's drilled into them from boot camp. I think the administrator is using this Keene fella to draw flies from his own clutch. Of course I could look it up myself. But do you think I'm likely to get any unfiltered data through Novaria's own network? That, and it would take forever for any out-system search results to get back here. Thank you, Elder Brother. I have to go. Yes. I'll speak to you soon.
And now he just revealed all this in a public area with people running around. I didn't mean to throw that. Now it's a party. It was Nemesis. Yeah, Crooked's a great streamer. The first stream I came across, he was doing Assassin's Creed 3, and he was doing a series playthrough where he actually played the games in timeline order. So he'd, for example, play Assassin's Creed Black Flag first, and then play Assassin's Creed 3. Because it took place earlier than Assassin's Creed 3. So that's the first stream I came across, and yeah, he's such a great guy as well. He is Nemesis, yeah. He definitely is. It's good too when you can meet someone who has a lot in common as well. Did that mess me up for any side assignments? No. That's good. Nemesis, you did watch some of my Rise of the Tomb Raider on YouTube today? Oh, you did? Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll be playing that later this year again as well, because I'll be doing my annual Tomb Raider series playthroughs, but the next Tomb Raider game will be a Shadow of the Tomb Raider doing a no-death challenge. You've been debating on buying that. It's $5.99. Yeah, it's actually quite a good follow-up to the game before it that started off the reboot trilogy. So that's Vargas.
You're the Spectre, right? Management told us not to talk to you.
Nemesis, so tell you how good is Shadow, you know the graphics are sweet. Yeah, I quite liked it. It's got an interesting story, and like in Rise, how she meets a character who becomes sort of like an ally and is important in the story. Unuratu in Shadow of the Tomb Raider is another great character like that. And the stealth is probably the best out of the trilogy. There's a lot more options that you can use. You can have Lara apply mud to her face and actually hide on mud walls and things like that. So yeah, it's got some really cool stealth mechanics that you can use if you like. And the music is amazing. It's got a great soundtrack. There's not as many QTEs in it like in the previous two games. There are some, but there's not many like sequences where you have to press the right buttons, otherwise you fail the sequence kind of thing.
Mr. Vargas, I'm Commander Shepard, a Spectre. I understand you work for Binary Helix.
That's correct. Rafael Vargas, sales. Were you interested in our services?
Now the Renegade would be like an Asari asked me to spy. I did this earlier.
Actually, I wanted to warn you. An agent of the Aramali Council hired me to break into your network. She gave me this.
Oh, a cracking device. I appreciate your forthrightness, Shepard. Now that we know what to look for, our IT people can have a little fun with the Asari. We'll isolate their viruses and feed them false data. If you'll excuse me.
If it gave me Paragon points, I was going to not worry about it. So where's he gonna go?
Any result?
Everything went as planned. You should see results soon.
Excellent. I will transfer 500 credits to your account.
More.
I could easily call Mr. Vargas and tell him what I just did.
Did I say 500 credits? I meant 750. Good day, Spectre.
Pleasure doing business with you. I love doing that. That's the... I did that earlier in the playthrough, where you have that dude who has the device to actually mess with the gambling machines. And I basically told the owner of the establishment that this guy wanted me to use it, and then he gave us free use on the machine, and I actually got a decent amount of money back for Shepard, so it ended up being worth it, even though the owner himself didn't actually give me money. There we go. That is that done. So that was the espionage side mission. So that's the last side mission on Bavaria. Which is now done. Alright, so Lorik Quinn. What I want to do first is just suss out what happens when we speak to whatever his face is called. Even a renegade needs to stretch. I prefer to be able to see the stamina bar, so I wish they actually had that pop up when you didn't have your weapons drawn as well. And I just like to have a visual aid with that, just so I know when to stop actually running before Shepard tires out.
How can I help you?
Nothing right now, thank you.
Very well.
Gianna Parasini. Anolis, this is him. Nemesis AC Remastered is $9.89. Offer ends on February 2nd, is it? Ah, damn, that's a cheap.
You will excuse me if I don't stand. I have no time to entertain colonial rubes.
I see you looked up my service record.
Only a fool enters negotiation without knowledge of the other party's tendencies. This greeting is a courtesy. I will only cooperate as required by the Executive Board. Businesses come here to avoid the second guessing of galactic law.
Are you telling me you have no safety protocols?
Don't be ridiculous. Do you think a for-profit company would take no precautions against loss of life and material? Project leads have the final say here, not meddlesome politicians.
Why is Synthetic Insights closed?
I have placed Laura Keene, the manager of the Hanshan office, under internal review. I cannot comment further at this time.
I've heard an Asari matriarch is here. Benezia?
She arrived a few days ago, accompanied by a personal escort and some cargo. She's up at Peak 15.
I'd like to see her, immediately.
I'm afraid that you cannot. Peak 15 is a private facility in the Skadi Mountains. Regardless, there is a blizzard in the area. Shuttles are grounded and surface access has been cut off.
Back to my other questions.
Every minute of my time you waste costs the company 12 credits. I will keep a running tally.
Do you do business with Saren?
Agent Saren? One of your Spectre compatriots? He is a major investor in Binary Helix Corporation, which is one of Novaria's backers.
Is there some problem on Peak 15?
An area of severe weather has cut off contact. Things will return to normal in a few days.
I've heard an
She arrived a few days ago, accompanied by a personal escort and some cargo.
I'd like to see her.
I'm afraid that... Regardless, there is a blizzard in the area. Shuttles are grounded and surface access has been cut off.
Surface access, you say?
Cut off, I said. The roads are not suitable for travel. Don't make an issue of this, Shepard.
Let him be stubborn, Shepard. I'm sure someone else here is willing to help us.
What brought her out here?
If I knew, I wouldn't be at liberty to say. She came here as Agent Saren's executor. She is here on business for Binary Helix. There were issues at Peak 15 that required Saren's attention.
Back to my other questions.
Every minute of my time you waste costs the company 12 credits. I will keep a running tally. She arrived a few days ago, accompanied by a personal escort and some cargo. She's up at Peak 15.
What do you mean, personal escort?
The phrase is self-explanatory. Bodyguards attending to the safety of her person, mainly Asari commandos.
You let Asari who can kill you with their brains run around, but give us flack about guns?
They followed all our regulations. I had no reason to forbid Lady Benezia from taking them.
What can you tell me about her cargo?
Large, heavy, and sealed. It passed weapons screening. Beyond that, it is not our concern.
Back to my other questions.
Every minute of my time you waste costs the company 12 credits.
Do you do business with
I believe he is a major investor in Binary Helix Corporation, which is one of Novaria's backers.
Is Binary Helix developing weapons for him?
It's possible, given his interests. What our clients do in their labs is their business.
So this dude, this Annelius, he's a bit of a, what word do I want to use to describe him? He's one of those thinks his shit doesn't stink kind of people. So we're not going to mention Opold asking to smuggle, or Lorik asking for help.
I have no more questions at this time.
Good. I received a dozen urgent messages while you dithered about.
That's what I think about your messages.
How can I help you?
I hear there was an accident on Peak 15.
We're aware of the rumors. At the moment, contact with the facility is down due to weather. All employees should review their non-disclosure agreements and avoid irresponsible free talk.
Hey there, Shin. How's things going?
What corporations work on Peak 15?
Binary Helix has leased the entire complex.
What kind of weather cuts modern communications?
A blizzard is sweeping the Skadi Mountains right now. Between the cloud cover and heavy snow, the satellite uplinks are cut.
So, everyone shut up and keep your heads down?
Loose lips sink third quarter profits. You have a more blunt way of speaking than is common here, Commander.
Yeah, because we're a fucking renegade, and we don't give a shit about what people think. So we're gonna say what we want to fucking say. Gianna.
I've taken up enough of your time.
Not at all, Spectre. This is my job, after all.
No! Renegade Shepard would not say that. Sorry for wasting your time. No. Renegades never say sorry. Shouldn't you have an Amazon package coming tomorrow? Oh, that's cool. When did you order it? Have you had to wait long? Thanks for the follow, Stone Gorilla 2. Shouldn't you made the order last week? Hopefully it gets to you on the time that it actually said.
So what can I do for you today?
What sort of problems are there at Peak 15?
Don't know. There's a blizzard up there, but we've had those before. Never cut the satellite uplinks before. 15's always had a lousy reputation. Nobody talks about what they do there. And everyone sent up comes back a little quieter.
I have to go.
You need anything? I'll be here.
Okay, so we heard that. Look at journal. Take the elevator on the lower plaza level. Units 3 items, 4 battery packs, a charge for your Xbox controller, a new trench coat, and an 8-person dishes set. That's cool that you got all that. Yeah, it's funny, like I've never actually had a trench coat before. Bavaria Port. Administration's office. Garage. Yeah, I don't know if it's the right way, but we'll go back to this elevator, and if it leads us somewhere that we don't want to go, we'll just go somewhere else. Nemesis Unity is on sale for $8.99 until the 2nd of the 2nd. So Nemesis, are these like, are you like advertising for them, or? Because as much as I don't mind pointing out when there's bargains, the last few comments have only been mentioning sales on stuff. Shin, he already owns Unity. Exactly, yeah. This is your second brand new trench coat. You've always ordered a used military trench from a local military surplus store. Oh yeah, so that's good to give it to a local one. Nemesis, just wanted to tell you, pondering if you want to buy it. I got you, Nemesis, yeah. Well, that's okay.
Access to the garage is restricted.
I'm on Citadel business. I need to leave this station.
If you want to enter the garage, you need authorization for Mr. Analeas. No exceptions. I'm sorry. Access to the garage is restricted.
Fine. I was just passing by.
Have a good day.
Nemesis, is that a good buy? Yeah, I don't know what currency, but it is worth playing. And the game came out so long ago now too, almost 10 years ago next year actually. Don't think I've been in this elevator yet.
Freeze! Hanshan security. This office is sealed.
What do you do if I don't?
You're the Spectre, right? Laura Keene is under investigation.
Ananias is paying you to shake this place down. That makes you a criminal. I can kill criminals.
You're bluffing.
How do you rate your confidence in that? 90th percentile? Is a 10% chance of death acceptable?
He ain't paying me enough to take on Spectres or Alliance troops or whatever. How about this? You pretend you didn't see us, we'll pretend we didn't see you.
There we go, that deals with them. It's so funny though that the battle still happens even though the one we were talking to says that just pretend that we didn't see you and you didn't see us or something. Fucking hell. Pressed A and B at the same time. Jin, you have good news on the internet from Rod. Friday of this week you're upgrading to fiber internet. Oh, nice, dude. That'll be great. You'll definitely be able to tell the difference. Yeah, Nemesis, I'd say that's a good bargain, especially if you get, you know, Dead Kings free as well. Download the evidence from Lorik's computer. Now we're going to return it because I like the character, plus it flies in the face of what that administrator wants to do.
I don't think you're supposed to be in here, Shepard.
Do you plan on making me leave?
Leave? You think I'm gonna let you walk out? Ananias would throw you off-world for what you did here. I won't. You know what we did to cop killers on my world?
You're breaking the law for bribe money. You know what we do to dirty cops on my world?
If you want to fight, I'll give you one.
I've been hoping for this. yeah, I was hoping to deal with that character. Great, where's the... Ah, there it is. Oh, you will, Shin? Cool. Ah, thanks, Nemesis. You played Mass Effect Andromeda, you didn't finish it? It was okay, was it? Yeah, I want to play through the trilogy, but I don't know if I'll want to actually play through Andromeda. Eventually I may, but much more interested in the trilogy. So now let's go and give Lorik the stuff. In the original PC version of Mass Effect 1 had a cheat code that gave you God Mode armor and God Mode gun. Oh, did it really, Shin? That's cool.
Commander, there have been reports of noise from the Synthetic Insights office. Would you know anything about it?
Speak plain. What's your interest?
Not here, Spectre. Meet me at the hotel for a drink before you talk to Keen. I'll be waiting.
What sort of offer did they make you?
Good. I don't think I'm supposed to mention numbers. They don't write them down on the things.
Commander Shepard.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. Parasini, Novaria Internal Affairs.
What do you want?
The Executive Board knows about Ananias' corruption. I've been undercover for 6 months. I want you to convince Keen to testify before the Board. With his evidence, this planet can run profitably again.
You work for Ananias. Can't you just take his records?
He's a crook, not a moron. He doesn't keep logs on his computer saying, this month I stole 3 million credits. Keen's testimony and records are everything I need to prove Analaeus' guilt in one package.
Why don't you ask Keen directly?
I'm Analaeus' secretary. You'd think he'd believe me? That he'd meet me in some dark alley with his evidence?
I thought corruption was the rule on Noveria.
The rule is, don't rock the boat. Self-interest is tolerated if it doesn't interfere with business. Analaeus is driving customers away.
If your executive board loses a few million credits, it's not my problem. I have my own mission.
Yes, fate of billions and all that. I couldn't possibly understand how important your work is. You help my investigation, I'll provide whatever you need. Favor for a favor.
Lorik is offering a lot of money. A pass can open one door. Credits can open many.
Look, Shepard, I don't like this either. You Spectres play fast and loose with the law. That's bad for business.
I'll consider it and get back to you.
If you have any love for the law, you'll talk to Keen for me. Don't disappoint me. You know where I work. Come talk to me when you change your mind.
Always a pleasure, Spectre. Any news on that matter I asked you to look into?
I need to get up to peak 15.
Indeed. That might be difficult. A terrible storm has been unleashed up there.
Are you referring to the blizzard?
Of course. What else would I be referring to?
Don't play me. There was an accident.
Your manner may be too blunt for Noveria. This is a place of subtlety. There have been unseemly rumors circulating along the lines of ancient evil and plague from distant suns. Amusing, no? Someone watches too many bad horror vids.
I like that quote. Amusing, no? Someone watches too many bad horror vids. Aw, nothing wrong with horror vids.
Did you see an Asari matriarch recently?
Yes, she caused quite a stir. It's not every day a matriarch arrives with a guard detail of commandos.
Is it so unusual to see a matriarch?
They rarely venture beyond Asari space. To see such an esteemed figure is surprising. Lady Benezia was also dressed for her role. An Asari in a pinstriped suit set tongues wagging among the younger male employees, so to speak.
Males of all species have strange ideas of what Asari are like.
Armed commandos were allowed on Noveria?
I don't know if they were disarmed. Of course, one can't confiscate biotic powers. Saren, and by extension, Benezia, is an important person. By that I mean an investor who might sell stock, if denied.
Armed commandos were allowed on Noveria?
I don't know if they were disarmed. Of course, one can't confiscate biotic powers. Saren, and by extension, Benezia, is an important person. By that I mean an investor.
Do you know why Benezia is here?
She claimed to be Saren's assistant, here to get a certain project back on track. I suspect she meant peak 15.
I have a different question.
Humans are full of questions. I should write a book about it while I have the time to spare.
I should let you go.
Let me go. Do humans consider conversation a form of imprisonment? That would explain why so few are willing to sit and talk.
It depends on the person. Sometimes if you just want to eat a meal in peace on your own, you don't want to have someone yapping your ear off that you only just met. You just want to enjoy your food by yourself.
Always a pleasure, Spectre. Any news on that matter I asked you to look into?
I finished the job, but an internal affairs investigator contacted me. She wants you to testify against Analaeus.
Now that you have my property, you want to dictate how I use it? I have no interest in a public spectacle.
I had to ask. If you're not willing, here's the evidence.
I appreciate your discretion. I hope I will never again be so careless as to find myself in these circumstances. I believe you require a garage pass. As well, I would provide a sum of 500 credits. Does that sound fair to you?
Listen, I just saved you from a nasty prison shower scene. Exercise that corporate credit account.
All you say is true. I can offer 750 credits. That's all I can move without attracting attention from the company. I have some calls to make, starting with Mr. Analeas. My office will open again soon enough. In the meantime, is there anything I can do for you here?
Did you see an Asari?
Yes, she caused quite a...
I should let you
If
go.
you wish, I will continue to enjoy the bar.
Alrighty then. Returned his evidence to him. I want to see the reaction of what's her face when I tell her what I actually did.
Spectre, have you given any more consideration to my offer?
I decided to take Keen's reward. Sorry.
This was the best opportunity I've had in... Why did you sell it?
I need to get to Peak 15. The shortest route is a straight line.
I would have helped you too. It might have taken longer, but is that a reason to let a guilty man walk? I shouldn't have expected any better from a Spectre. You never give a damn about anything beyond your assignment.
Exactly. I'm a fucking renegade too.
I've got a lot of work to do.
Nice. I like that outcome. Very fitting for my renegade style that I've been taking with this game. Even though that top option was a Paragon option, it actually fit.
So what can I do for you today?
I have to go.
You need anything? I'll be here.
Access to the garage is restricted.
I have authorization. Excuse me.
Yes, that's genuine. Drive safely. The weather's supposed to be pretty bad out in the Alutsk Valley.
And you, go easy on the coffee. Otherwise you'll get eye strain from having your eyes trying to be open as wide as you're trying to open them. Rose, you don't think uncolored text is meant to be either? Yeah, I guess probably not. But sometimes the top option is more positive, even in those types of interactions.
So that's what the Asari had in the crates.
things! Fan out and secure the area. No one gets in or out. What did you do here, Commander?
Only what I had to. I didn't ask the Geth to attack.
Geth, you expect me to... Where did they come from?
If I were to guess, the matriarch packed them in the shipping container she arrived with.
I don't believe that. We did thorough scans of those. There were no power sources, no element zero masses. If Benezia Sama's containers were packed with these things, there are many more out there.
We may be seeing a lot more of these things in the coming months.
For 3 centuries, everyone has said the Geth don't come out of the Veil. What is happening out there?
The same thing that happens to all species, Captain. Evolution.
I must report to the Executive Board. If word gets out about loose Geth, there may be an investor panic.
Renegade Shepard doesn't care for investor panic. Let's have a look at the secondary codex for a bit. Nothing in there. Primary, there is one thing, but I don't want to read about that yet. Journal. Equipment. Squad. Alright, let's go.
User alert. All Peak 15 facilities have suffered a great deal of damage. Biohazard materials present throughout facility. Virtual intelligence user interface offline.
We'll need to get the reactors back online.
It's so funny in games where something happens and it's up to a companion character to tell you what needs to be done. I think that kind of thing is okay sometimes, but sometimes it's like the main character should say that, if anyone's going to say it. Like, it's like if there was an enemy outside a building and you know that you want to keep the enemy out, so you lock the door, but the character has to tell you to lock the door when it's obvious what you would do, you know. Hey there, Ronnie. Shoot these fools. Absolutely. We've also been shooting a lot of fools in this stream today that rubbed me the wrong way, role-playing as Shepard being a renegade, and I was very happy that I was able to actually have a shootout with a character that right from the beginning of this mission was pissing me off. So that worked out well.
Why are the turrets facing the wrong way?
They want to keep their people in as much as they want to keep others out.
Picked up some shredder rounds to turn enemies into turtle soup.
What was that?
Probably debris. Don't have a panic attack. I'll protect you.
Anything like them.
Damned if I know, but someone on this mountain does.
Critical startup error. Virtual intelligence user interface offline. Manual boot required.
The V-core appears inoperational. You can attempt to manually reconfigure the databanks or use Omnigel to repair the damaged systems. Fine, just use fucking Omnigel. Jesus Christ. Don't have the patience for that today.
It looks like you're trying to restore this facility. Would you like help?
Nice.
How do I shut this thing up?
This system is monitored to respond to the name Mira. May I ask your name?
Welcome back, Shin.
Commander Shepard, I work for the Citadel's Special Tactics and Reconnaissance.
One moment, please. Council authority confirmed. You are entitled to secure access of all systems. Please note that queries relating to corporate secrets require privileged access. Privileged access is only available to Binary Helix executives. This system is ready to process queries. You may access me at any holographic interface within Peak 15.
I need to find Matriarch Benezia.
Lady Benezia departed on the passenger tramway to the Rift Station subsidiary labs. User alert. The tramway system is currently inoperable.
What's the situation here?
One moment, please. Diagnostics in progress. Critical failure. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required. Critical failure. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger tram systems are offline. Report complete. Do you have an additional system status query?
Do you know why the reactor was shut down?
I'm sorry, but I was offline at the time. Shutdown could occur if reactor breach seems likely, or in the case of catastrophic laboratory containment failure. Emergency guidelines suggest the frigid environment will kill biological contagions. It may also damage mechanical ones.
Turn off the heat and hope the cold puts whatever you've unleashed to sleep. Nice.
What are the landlines and why are they disabled?
The landlines connect my mainframes here at Central Station to the various sub-facilities of Peak 15. This allows the crew to remotely access my databases from the comfort and security of their labs. When emergency protocols were implemented within the hot labs, the cabling was automatically ejected.
How do I reconnect the landlines?
The landlines are designed for easy reconnection. The router for the landlines is on the roof of operations. Simply activate the controls and the hardware will reconnect and reboot automatically.
Tell me what happened here.
I'm sorry, but I need a more specific query.
Tell me what occurred immediately before you shut down.
Stage 1 alert issued at Hot Labs. Contaminants released from Laboratory Pod Gamma. Emergency protocols implemented. Stage 2 alert issued at Hot Labs. Isolation tube breached. Tram shut down. Landline to Hot Labs disconnected. Stage 3 alert issued locally. Contaminants in tram tunnels. Station shutdown and evacuation initiated. Code Omega sent.
What sort of contaminants escaped?
I'm sorry, Commander. Inquiries related to our research require privileged access. Only executives of Binary Helix have that level of clearance.
The creatures we've encountered here, did they come from the labs?
I'm sorry, Commander. Inquiries related to our research require privileged access.
Why were you taken offline?
In the event, Peak 15 must be sterilized for security purposes. My program and data are purged.
They kill you if something goes wrong?
My systems are permanently disabled. To be killed, I would need to be alive. I am merely a database program.
That's all I need right now.
Very well, Commander. Logging you out. User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required. User alert. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger trams are offline. User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required. User alert. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger trams are offline. Now exiting to the roof. User alert. Landline connections are disabled. User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required. User now entering main reactor. User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required. User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required. User alert. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger trams are offline. User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required. pipeline connections are disabled. Passenger trams are offline.
Ronnie, thank you so much for redeeming the Red Dead 2 quote. Hey Metallica, I'm going really, really good, thank you. How's things going with you? And Ronnie, also thank you so much for contributing the points to that community challenge.
User alert. Main react.
User alert. Let's turn that off before it keeps on saying it every so often. I thought of a random quote, but I can't find the damn thing. Because I thought, oh, that's a quote, that'd be cool. So sorry for the wait, Ronnie, but I'll grab a different one. Okay, so I've got one, Ronnie. Okay, so I've got one. First thing it says, this is the foundation, which involves moving those heavy wooden joists. Definitely not a job for a man with terminal lumbago. Unless you want to dig a 6-foot hole for me when the workday's over. Don't tempt me. So that's Uncle and John Marston in the epilogue when they're building a house. That's my terrible uncle impression, but I wanted to make the voice sound different to the one I was using for John Marston in that quote. Shin, thank you so much for contributing to that as well. Thank you, Shin. I appreciate it. Ron, are you just trying to spend your 500,000 points? Yeah, well, there'll definitely be a lot of community challenges to spend points on as well throughout the year. I wanted to make sure that this year I actually did a lot of those, and this year is the first time I've ever done any at all since they introduced it. Metallica, you're doing good, but you recently started a new playthrough of Watch Dogs Legion, and you're wondering if you've been to London and if the game portrayed London correctly. Like, does everything seem correct and look correct how it is in real life? I've never been there myself, Metallica, but a streamer friend of mine, Maxi, he lives in England, and he's been to London. I don't know if he lives there, but he said that a lot of the places are pretty accurate. In fact, there's a lot of places that he really recognizes strongly, so I think they did do a pretty good job at representing the way that London looked. Of course, Watch Dogs Legion is set in a future, not like far into the future, but it's not I think it's 2030, I think, is when that game takes place. Ronnie, you had a long meeting with your clinical trial team in Australia today. When you think of me, it was 2:30 PM Monday for you and 9:30 AM Tuesday for them. Yeah, you gotta love those time zone differences as well, you know, but the amazing thing is what's being experienced is happening at the same time. Ronnie, no worries. Uncle, you have that song on LP. I don't blame you. Yeah, it's such a great song. Plus that whole soundtrack's awesome as well. Metallica, the theory is that Uncle is Red from Red Dead Revolver. Yeah, the only thing that I sort of like point to, which is a key thing, and no one really seems to mention this when they talk about Red. If anyone has played Red Dead Revolver, you'll remember that at the start of the game, Red literally puts his hand onto fire, and he wants to get his father's gun out of the fire. So his hand gets severely burnt. But we never see Uncle's hand being, mentioned or anything like that. And I'm pretty sure if you look at his character model and zoomed in on his hands, you probably don't see any burn scarring. And there's no way back in that time period that he would have been able to get enough healing done to have zero sign that he had actually burnt his hand. So that's a detail that not many people seem to bring up when they talk about the fact that they believe that Uncle is actually Red. It's kind of like a key trait, that the character of Red has, that his whole hand was burned when he was younger, and all that type of stuff. Ronnie, Zamaxi is a great guy. You have also been to London a few times, and that makes sense. He really is, Ronnie, and he's a very generous guy too, because he's always thinking of things that he can do for other people. So he's very very generous like that. Dr. Ronnie, well, lumbago is a tricky disorder. Yeah, I don't know if it cures burned hands though, with burn scarring on it. If so, Freddy Krueger should sign up for some lumbago. Metallica, it's like The Last of Us 2 is actually damn near, if not 100% on the location in Seattle, is it? Oh, that's cool. And that actually adds a different layer of stuff too when you think about it. Like, in movies where you see a city and it might be your city, so it adds an extra layer of realism to you because you live in that city. So when you see a character being attacked by someone, or there's a monster or something in a location that yourself you've been to is pretty creepy, that adds an extra layer on top. So I imagine that would be the same with The Last of Us 2 in video games, where if you actually live in that place and the certain areas, that it would add an extra layer of authenticity to it. Ronnie, as a doctor, you cannot say.
Shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required. User alert. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger trams are offline. User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures.
Usually I don't like to see 0 points with a character's skills, but to get all that upgraded I will forego that. Metallica, well actually he didn't really burn his hand to the point it would scar, it was only heated up red hot so it would just sting and have a little mark for a while, but eventually would fade over time. Yeah, I guess maybe. But yeah, I think sometimes with that theory it's a case of people wanting it to be true, so they'll bend anything to make it work. But yeah, I don't think, personally I don't think that Uncle is actually Red. I think they're two completely different characters. And Red never gets referred to as the one-shot kid either, at all, during Red Dead Revolver. And Uncle says that he used to be referred to as the one-shot kid.
Manual restart required.
Shin, you know what you mean, Rod. Lost World Jurassic Park has a scene where they're supposedly in downtown
User
San Diego,
alert.
California.
Landline
But as a
connections
former
are-
resident of San Diego, shut up, computer voice. Jesus Christ, that pisses me off. But as a former resident of San Diego, you can tell you that there is no 76 gas station anywhere in the downtown area. Isn't there really, dude? Something they just added for the game.
Passenger trams are offline.
They're just like, we want to create this fictional place, fictional building, company thing. Another thing about Red Dead Revolver is that even though Red is mentioned in Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2 at certain campsites,
User alert. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger trams are offline.
I do believe it's just done in the form of he's a bit of a myth and a legend, just like characters like Hercules are a myth and a legend. Like, I don't think there was a real person named Hercules who actually existed in real life back in ancient times. You know what I mean? So I think Red is supposed to be like that in Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2. Just a myth and legend character. Kind of like an Inception kind of thing, where you have a video game character in one game being referenced in games that are set in that are in the same franchise but not in the same universe. Metallica, since Uncle is said to have been a gunslinger and is about the same age as Red would be in his old age, do you think they would have crossed paths in their lifetime? Well, I don't know, to be honest, because as I said, I think Red, as far as Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2 is concerned, is just a fictional character who has become myth and legend to the people. But let's say they were in the same universe. It's possible that he could have came into contact with him.
Now exiting to the roof. User alert. User alert. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger trams are offline.
I think the thing is too, like, you look at characters like Landon Ricketts, and while he's not in Red Dead Redemption 2, you do see the cigarette card of him, plus he does get mentioned as well by name. But that's different because we know that in Red Dead Redemption 1, it is set after 2, and we see Landon Ricketts is a real person in Red Dead Redemption 1. So I think it's different with Red though. I think Red is more like a myth type character that is in the Red Dead universe, like the Red Dead Redemption series as a myth. Because as far as I know, there's no references to...
User alert. Landline connections are disabled. Passenger trams are offline.
Like, there's no mention of places like Blackwater or Saint Denis, things like that. Which you could say, yeah, that's because the game's not focused on that area, but... if Red was supposed to actually be a character that was in the timeline of Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2, you would think they'd have a stronger reference to him than just people at a campfire talking about, you know, the legend of this guy named Red. You'd think there'd be some evidence that you could find in the game world, you know, like maybe you could find a secret hidden location that was one of his hideouts somewhere, you know. You have completed the repairs to Peak 15. Shin, Hercules has two different names. You have the Western version Hercules and the ancient Greek version of Heracles. Yeah, because I do believe the Roman version is actually Hercules, whereas the Greek version is Heracles. And they just mix up the two, and whenever they do a Hercules thing, they just call it Hercules. Because if they called it Heracles, then people would be like, what's this? But if you say Hercules, they know exactly who you're talking about.
Connections restored. Processing new data. User alert. Unable to connect to hot lab facilities.
What's this about loose contaminants?
Dangerous biological agents are present in the tramway decontamination chamber. The tram station has been sealed in the interest of crew safety. Activation of the fail-safe plasma jets is recommended prior to access.
Override. Open the doors now.
Very well, Commander. Releasing safeties. Proceed at your discretion.
Tell me what happened here.
I'm sorry, but I need a more specific query.
What's the status of Rift Station?
Rift Station has been locked down by the staff. There are presently no contaminants within the facility.
The staff is alive, then?
Yes, though the number of personnel is below the official staff count.
Why is Rift Station locked down?
Emergency procedures require each facility to isolate itself to prevent the spread of contagion. It would also appear that there are several employees quarantined for medical treatment.
If it's locked down, will I be able to enter?
The passenger trams can bring you to the facility. Further access will be at the discretion of the security forces there.
Give me a status report on the hot labs.
I am sorry. The network connections to the labs have been damaged. Data is limited.
You have no idea what's going on inside.
I'm afraid not. My last log entry is shortly after the Stage 2 containment alert was sounded.
Give me an overview of the facility.
The hot labs isolate dangerous biological or cybernetic contaminants during development. The complex is built within a glacier. In the event of an accident, it can be irradiated and sunk into the ice.
Tell me what occurred immediately before you shut down.
Stage 1 alert issued at hot labs. Contaminants released from Laboratory Pod Gamma. Emergency protocols implemented. Stage 2 alert issued at hot labs. Isolation tube breached. Tram shut down. Landline to hot labs disconnected. Stage 3 alert issued locally. Contaminants in tram tunnels. Station shutdown and evacuation initiated. Code Omega sent.
What sort of contaminants escaped?
I'm sorry, Commander.
Alright, this dialogue
Inquiries related to our research require privileged
That's all I need right now.
Very well, Commander. Logging you.
Metallica also forgot, but talking about Watch Dogs Legion, I know you love Assassin's Creed. Watch Dogs Legion has actually brought AC in Watch Dogs Legion, and you can play as an assassin and use the hidden blade and the hidden derringer and the whole outfit. Take it. Do you have buy the character and the outfit in the game? Sorry for changing the subject. Oh, that's okay, Metallica. Yeah, that's no worries. Yeah, I've actually played that content. Unfortunately, Ubisoft has said that the characters that you play as and the events that the assassin does in Watch Dogs Legion aren't actually canon to Assassin's Creed. So essentially it's a what if an assassin turned up in Watch Dogs Legion kind of story. Even though they reference Edward Kenway and Jacob and Evie Fry a lot, it's not actually canon to the rest of the AC series, which is a bit ridiculous. I could understand making it non-canon, but the fact that they reference canon characters confuses the whole thing and makes it a bit ridiculous that they went that route. But as you were saying about Red being a myth, do you think it was the story made up in the Gunslinger days to scare enemies, but also hope for people that needed it as a child bedtime story? Quite possibly, yeah. You know, so in Red Dead Revolver, we play the events, obviously, that happen. From the perspective of Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2, those events didn't actually happen, but they form the basis of, like, a myth that people tell each other, and, you know, as you say, being a story that gives scare to enemies but also hope for people. And I think that's a good way to look at it too, is that that's the purpose of it. And the thing too is the actual Red that we play as in Red Dead Revolver and what he does, some of what he actually does might have happened in the Red Dead 1 and 2, Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2 universe. However, having said that, it might have been someone else in that universe who had done similar things, if you know what I mean. So in some ways it's like Rockstar is creating a myth within their own franchise, and also creating like stories that get told based on that myth. Ronnie, okay, you're off to bed. You're going to stream the final Spider-Man DLC in about 8.5 hours. Should be back before then, Rod. That's definitely no worries at all, Ronnie. I'll be doing my split stream today, so when it gets later my time, I'll be doing my second stream. But thank you so much for being here, I really appreciate it. Would like to highly recommend people check out Dr. Ronnie if you haven't before. Recently he was doing streams to raise money against MS, and has raised around $1,000 against that, well, not against that cause, but in a cause against MS, and to find a cure for it. He's also a scientist in real life. He actually works in the fields of regenerative medicine, and he's also working on things that are cures for like MS, but also Parkinson's as well. And he's playing some Marvel Spider-Man, doing DLC content. He's also playing Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. He's also a big fan of games like Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2. And also Assassin's Creed. He's a fan of games like Assassin's Creed Black Flag in that series. But yeah, great streamer, great guy, very friendly community, and great with chat, so highly recommend. Metallica and Red Dead Redemption, you can find areas very similar to Red's home in Red Dead Revolver. Oh, that's cool that you can. Yeah, that's actually really cool that they added something like that in.
Online. Connected to subs... Very well, Commander. Logging you out.
That's no worries, Ronnie, about the shout out, dude. More than happy to give you one. I hope you have a great rest as well. Metallica, that old broken down, burned down place is one of them. If you know in Red Dead 2 you find the donkey lady next to the well by the burned down house, that is one of those places. It is very, very similar to... Oh, nice. Yeah, it's cool to add things in that you go, hang on, that looks really familiar, and then it makes you want to investigate to have a look. And then when you realize what it reminds you of, you're like, ah, nice, well played.
Now entering decontamination and transit hub. No hazardous or unauthorized materials detected.
They're locked in.
I could bypass.
Control group, loosen them. They're in... Can't escape. The tunnels now. We're sorry. The leads couldn't get to the struck. Get out while you can.
He killed himself because he was part of whatever happened here?
Among my people, a suicide's body would be left for scavengers. The Nathak will get to him eventually.
Online, connected to subsidiary facilities. How may I assist you?
Tell me what happened here.
I'm sorry, but I need a more specific query.
I need instructions on how to repair the station.
Critical systems are operating within normal tolerances. There are 1,473,831 faults in non-critical systems.
Why were you taken offline?
In the event, Peak 15 must be sterilized for security purposes. My program and data are purged.
That's all I need.
Very well, Commander. Logging
Dialogue
you
is the
out.
same as with the other ones. Metallica, you love nostalgia in open world games, but just nostalgia altogether. But like playing Red Dead 2 after playing 1 back when it first came out, it was very nostalgic, and a lot of areas gave you a throwback. That's one of the things that I love about Red Dead 1 and 2. And the great thing is as well, if you never played the first one, and your first experience is with Red Dead 2, then since it's a prequel, if you go and play Red Dead 1, there's a lot of things that it references that you go, I know what they're talking about. I actually played that or experienced it, or, you know, that kind of thing. But it also works greatly if you've played Red Dead 1, because as you play through Red Dead 2, there's a lot of stuff that is foreshadowing what happens in Red Dead 1, and it gives a smile to your face because you're like, yep, I know what they're referencing that will happen in the future, kind of thing. So it works both ways with those two games. That's so funny what happened to Tali in the door there.
I'm ready.
Online, connected to subsidiary...
Tell me what happened here.
I'm sorry, but I need a more specific query.
What's the status of Rift Station?
Rift Station has been locked down by the staff.
That's all I need right now.
Very well, Commander.
Alright.
Logging you out.
Why put that on the map if it's not something we can interact with? Get off the fucking corner, Jesus Christ. There's two things that piss me off in games. Getting stuck on corners because they didn't make the character just, you know, buffer around it. And the second thing is having to have the prompt on screen to let the player know that that's what you need to press, but also the fact that the game won't know that you're pressing the right button until the prompt is on screen, when it should be a vicinity-based thing. If you're standing in front of what needs to be interacted with, I don't care if the prompt's not on screen. If you know what the button is to actually interact with it and you press it, the game should still recognize it without needing the fucking prompt on the screen for it to recognize it. It's like this door. Let's say to open this door you press the A button on the Xbox. Like, it shouldn't be the case that the prompt comes up to let you know that if you're right next to the door. This is different where it says tram to Rift Station, because that's the game pointing out ahead of time that there's something that you can interact with. So, you know, it'd be pointless to let the player press the button to enter the Rift Station from this distance.
Departing Central Station. Destination, Rift Station. Now arriving at Rift Station, Binary Helix Research Facility.
Stand down. Sorry, we couldn't be sure what was on the tram.
Can those things work at train's controls?
Hell if I know. I'm not assuming any goddamn thing. Look, you're human and that's enough that I won't shoot, but I'd like to know who you are.
Call me Shepard. I was sent to find an Asari matriarch.
Venezia? Yeah, she came through here. The aliens overran the hot labs last week. Only Han Olar got out, and he ain't all there anymore. The first we knew, the bastards were clawing into my command post. We had a lot more staff then.
I'm packing fire and steel. They want to fight with claws and teeth, it's their funeral.
You got my support. The board sent an Asari to clean up the mess. She went to the hot labs yesterday. We haven't heard from her since.
I've got business with her. Stay out of my way.
All I can do is hold out here and protect the civilians.
There's an emergency elevator out by the trams. This card will let you activate it. Can take you down to the hot labs.
Oh, and if you need any first aid, Dr. Cohen's downstairs in the med bay.
How are your people holding up?
We weren't expecting the initial wave. They made it inside. We lost some good people. Those of us left are short-handed. We've kept order by long shifts and stems. I don't like it, but I don't see an alternative.
I need to know more about the situation in the hot labs.
The facility's off the network. The only way to find out would be to send scouts down the elevator, and I won't send my people to their death.
Did the aliens come from inside the facility, or did they attack from the outside?
You want my personal opinion? Labs like that exist to do stupid crap that gets people killed.
Tell me about the structure of the hot labs.
It's built into one of the glaciers further down the mountain. Real old, thick, stable one. Something goes wrong, they heat it up and sink it into the ice. Normally, the crew gets to the labs using a tram from Central Station. We've got an elevator that connects directly, but it's for emergency use only.
Listen. I'm not sending my people down there. It's too dangerous. You understand?
What can you tell me about the aliens?
Ask Dr. Olar. He's the only one who made it out of the hot labs. He's the only Volus left in here.
Tell me about Rift Station.
I can't talk about everything. What do you need to know?
Tell me about the defenses here.
Secure enough that you shouldn't poke in corners.
I just wanted to offer some deployment advice. You're lucky these things are dumb animals. 3 coordinated guys could take this place.
Have you checked the layout yet? Easily defensible by a few people. That's not counting the automated defenses.
Automated defenses can be overridden.
What impresses me most is the turrets, alarms, and cameras.
They're all routed through a central location out by the quarantine labs. One guy can lock down the whole facility. The security hub's the last logical fallback, and we'd have cover from the turrets all the way.
Tell me about the defenses.
It's designed to survive a breach. The turrets and alarms are routed from a control room out by the quarantine labs.
What kind of research is done here?
Beats me. I'm not supposed to know. So long as people don't start dying, it's not my problem.
You're certain the matriarch is still in the hot labs?
She hasn't come back here. You came through Central Station, so she ain't there.
I've got work to do.
Yeah, I hear that. Hell! Man the perimeter!
Thanks for the help. Every few hours, a group comes up the tram tunnel. It's actually better since we locked down the elevator.
We're all in the same boat.
I don't know why they keep throwing themselves against our defenses. Even animals should learn not to stick their noses where it hurts.
I'd kill for a P204. Just hold down the trigger and zap. Hallway full of flashball bugs.
Where did they come from? Were they in the lab? I never went in the high secret.
What?
Tell me about yourself.
I am Alestia Alice from the University of Arraius. Is there anything in particular you want to know, or should I just spout random facts?
You seem less upset about this situation than the others.
That is one of the virtues of the meditation you interrupted.
You're a member of the science teams.
Recently transferred, yes.
What do you do here?
Molecular genetics. I specialize in biotic-enhanced allele-specific hybridization.
Think you could translate that into galactic?
It's a genetic thing. Forget it.
Do you know Matriarch Benezia?
Do you know President Huerta of Earth? I did not think so.
Benezia passed through here. You didn't see her?
I saw her. You asked if I knew her. I do not.
Tell me about yourself.
I am Alestia Alice from the University of Arraius. Is there anything in particular you want to know?
No need to be so rude.
You are interrupting my meditations. Precisely how rude must I be to convince you to leave?
Ooh, I so want to do a renegade path choice with this character now.
Sorry, I'll leave.
No.
Then I will return to my meditations.
Renegade Shepherd does not fucking say sorry. That's the best I can do.
Science pukes. Bug out. Die. Bug out. Hang on.
What do you want?
I've had a long day. Don't piss me off.
Yes, I'm sorry. I haven't had much sleep lately.
What happened to these people?
They're suffering from a toxin. There was an accident. I have a non-disclosure agreement. I shouldn't discuss it with anyone outside of the company.
Ryu, rod shooting and has no effect. Exactly, Ryu. Yeah, in this game you can actually be in public areas in this game and pull out your weapon and start shooting and no one bats an eyelid. No reaction whatsoever.
Suit yourself.
I'm just trying to avoid an incident.
Are you the doctor here?
I'm a doctor, but not the doctor. My specialty is microbiology, not first aid. We had a medic, Dr. Salah, but we lost him. The automatics can handle basic treatment. Mira runs them.
How's the science team holding up?
Better than Ventralos' guards. They've been on alert since the first attack. I've been administering stims at their request. But every species needs to sleep. They're getting twitchy, irrational.
Talk to you later.
Yes.
Another video game memory. Come on. The one where it's like, that one. There's a game called Blackthorn, and it's a game that is a platforming game. It's very much like the old school Prince of Persia, except it's set in a well, it's set on a planet that is different to Earth, but the main character is human, and the race of people is human. Anyway, the first levels in the game, you're in these mines, and there's these people that are chained to the walls. And it was the first game that I ever played where you could be an asshole and kill the people that were chained up. So of course, you know, out of curiosity, I shot and then killed them, and that became a bit of a novelty. And then what I'd do when I was playing the game with my cousins would be, you know, cracking jokes. So the character would say, "You'll never get out of these mines alive," and I'd say something like, "Haha, you think you're getting out of here alive?" And then boom, just shoot them. But one of the people in the mines, the only thing that they would say is, They wouldn't vocalize it because there was no actual dialogue audio in the game, but just the text was the same as it was written there for this sick scientist. That one.
This system is online.
We don't need anything right now.
Very well, Commander. Logging you out.
Wait.
This system is online and ready to provide emergency services.
Think you could run that equipment for us?
Certainly, Commander. One moment, please.
What? No! Sorry, I haven't had much sleep since the attack. Yeah, is there something you need?
What do you do here?
I'm a toxicologist. I can't talk about my work. Not that I'm doing anything since the accident.
There was an accident here?
I can't talk about what happened. Not here. Too public. Talk to Dr. Cohen in the medical ward. He was the project lead.
How are you holding up?
It would be petty to complain after showering off a coworker's brain. None of us have had enough sleep since the attack. Of course, not all of us have guns.
I'm looking for an Asari.
Asari? Well, there's Dr. Ialis over there. There's also our guest, Lady Benezia. Captain Ventralis might know where she is.
What sort of work do you do here?
I can't say. I signed a non-disclosure agreement. If we survive, I'd like to keep my job. The location is terrible, but the pay is better than any other commercial lab.
You're not happy on Peak 15?
The outside world doesn't exist here, just walls of ice and rock. There's only the work, the discovery. It's easy to forget why science is guided by ethics. Maybe we're paying for that now.
What do you know about the hot labs?
Nothing. I didn't work there. As far as I know, Han Olar was the only survivor.
Is he in the medical ward?
No, he's staying in the science team's quarters. Be gentle with him. He had a trying experience.
What do you do here?
I'm a toxicologist. I can't talk about my work.
I'll talk to you later.
Remember to report any suspicious noises.
My contract was up. I was going home.
You came to find out about them, didn't you?
Are you trying to be cryptic or are you just nuts?
I wish I were crazy. It would be easier.
I need to know more about those things out there.
About the Rachni?
Don't screw with me, they can't be Rachni.
You're involved in this. What can you tell me?
They found it in a derelict ship. An egg. Waiting since the last battles. They brought it here.
Shut up! God, you want to get us killed?
I don't have any control over who lives or dies here. Do you?
If you're gonna be crazy, be the quiet kind.
Crazy? I'm sane. God, am I sane?
I love that reference to the movie Alien there about finding the egg and then on a derelict, which is where they find the egg in Alien and then bringing it back on board. And that started this whole mess here.
I heard you were at the hot labs. How did you make it out alive?
I killed her.
Answer the question.
Doctors on Muir. We were going to lunch when the alarms went off. I ran into the tram, and I closed the doors. She banged on the window once, then they sliced her to pieces. Her head came apart like a melon. I closed the door. I killed her.
The only thing you could do was save yourself.
Of course. That is perfectly true.
Could Matriarch Venezia survive in the hot labs?
It's possible. The specimens were sensitive to biotics.
I need to know everything about the Rachni.
I told you all I can. We brought the Rachni back from the dead. In retrospect, a bad decision.
Really, you think? I thought that'd be #1 on the list of best ideas ever.
I'll be leaving now.
Yeah. What?
I'll be leaving now.
Yeah.
Okay, gotta keep the mood light. I mean, if you don't laugh, you'll... yeah.
I used to have nightmares like this. Too many cheap horror vids before lights out.
Cheap horror vids, huh? It'd be so funny if there were remakes that were done in this game of movies that existed in real life for humanity, but when aliens discovered them, they decided to remake them in their own way, and then you get to see actual like covers or images of those references.
You're not part of the crew.
Call me Shepard. I'm a Spectre sent by the Citadel.
There aren't any human specters. Look, Plague doesn't care who you are. This lab is under quarantine. I told you to leave.
Jesus Christ.
You know what's in there? You want to kill us all?
Yes, I'm a Renegade Shepherd. I don't give a shit about any of you. You can all die for all I fucking care.
Uncertain. I welcome you. Cautiously, I am curious to know what you're doing here.
It seems I've been caught up in events.
Sympathetically. Everyone here could say the same. For now, with forced cheer, I still have a limited supply of equipment to sell.
Given the situation, you should freely contribute to the defense.
Pointedly, I give freely to Captain Ventralis. You, delicately, are not paid to protect us.
Let's have a look.
Regretfully, most of my stock is being appropriated by Captain Ventralis.
Got a smoke? We're all out.
Warning, Watchdog protocol is active.
Now that's the Renegade way.
You do not know the privilege of being a mother. There is power in creation. To shape a life, turn it toward happiness or despair. Her children were to be ours, raised to hunt and slay Saren's enemies. Have you faced an Asari commando unit before? Few humans have.
You won't look so smug with a hole in your head.
Your insolence is a poor mask for your fear. This is not over. Saren is unstoppable. My mind is filled with his light. Everything is clear.
I expected better from Asari commandos.
I will not betray him. You will... You must listen. Saren still whispers in my mind. I can fight his compulsions, briefly, but the indoctrination is strong.
Why are you able to break free of his control now?
I sealed a part of my mind away from the indoctrination, saving it for a moment when I could help destroy him. It will not last long.
You chose to join with Saren. You just got more than you bargained for.
It is a terror to be trapped in your mind, to beat upon the glass as your hands torture and murder. I was powerless, nothing but a tool for Saren. He sent me here to find the location of the Mu relay. Its position was lost thousands of years ago.
I just thought, Ryu, I don't know if you're still in chat, but she reminds me of like like she could be Shinnok's wife from Mortal Kombat or something. The way that she's dressed.
How does something that big go missing?
4,000 years ago, a star nearby went supernova. The shockwave propelled the relay out of its system, but did not damage it. Its precise vector and speed are impossible to determine. As millennia passed, the nebula created by the nova enveloped the relay. It is difficult to find any cold object in interstellar space, particularly something swathed in hot dust and radiation.
Tell me where the Mu Gate is before I lose my temper.
Of course, Commander. I transcribed the data to an OSD. Take it, please.
Knowing the relay's coordinates isn't enough. We need to know where to go from there.
Saren wouldn't tell me his destination. But you must find out quickly. I transmitted the coordinates to him before you arrived. You have to stop me. I can't. His teeth are at my ear. Fingers on my spine. You should. You should. Die. I cannot go on. You will have to stop him, Shepard.
First you turn on the Council, now on Saren. You're not loyal to anything, are you?
I suppose that is how history will know me. No light. They always said there would be a...
Alright, next. Who then now, bitches? Who then now?
This one serves as our voice. We cannot sing. Not in these low spaces. Your musics are colorless.
Who am I speaking to here?
We are the mother. We sing for those left behind. The children you thought silenced. We are Rachni.
I didn't come here to talk to bugs.
The children we birthed were stolen from us before they could learn to sing. They are lost to silence. And their suffering, they cannot be saved. They will only cause harm as they are.
Oh yeah, Nemesis, Australia.
I don't understand. Why are your children killing people?
These needlemen, they stole our eggs from us. They sought to turn our children into beasts of war, claws with no songs of their own. Our elders are comfortable with silence. Children know only fear if no one sings to them. Fear has shattered their minds.
Makes sense. A baby left alone in a closet until she's 16 won't be sane.
I'm more than willing to wipe them out.
Such discordance bodes ill for what we must compose here. Before you deal with our children, we stand before you. What will you sing? Will you release us? Are we to fade away once more?
There are acid tanks rigged up on that thing. Set them off. Millions of my ancestors died to put these things down. Don't let them come back.
She's the last of her race, Shepard. We don't have the objectivity to judge her.
Your companions hear the truth. You have the power to free us, or return our people to the silence of memory.
I do, Nemesis, but I don't drink it like every weekend or something. I do like it, and when I was younger in my teenage years, I did drink a lot every weekend. But nowadays, only have a few when I'm, socializing and stuff. And when I do anyway, I also have different drinks in between. Like I might have a beer, then I might have like a drink of Coke, and then another beer, and then maybe a couple of drinks of Coke, and then another beer, that kind of thing. But yeah, I like it. I'm not really fussy either on which kind. You can pretty much put any beer in my hand and I'll be like, yep, thanks, and then drink it. I heard Australian sailors will drink you on the table. Well, I don't know, Nemesis. I've never actually played a drinking game at all, let alone against any sailors, so you never know, though.
If I let you live, would you attack other races again?
No. I do not know what happened in the war. We only heard discordance, songs the color of oily shadows. We would seek a hidden place to teach our children harmony. If they understand, perhaps we would return.
Are you a survivor from the war? A clone?
We do not know. We were only an egg, hearing Mother cry in our dreams. A tone from space hushed one voice after another. It forced the singers to resonate with its own sour yellow note. Then we awoke in this place, the last echo of those who came out from the singing planet. The sky is silent.
Make your peace with the galaxy. The Rachni are a dead race.
Is our kind so frightening? You would seek our silence if you cannot muffle our songs? If you cannot have us as your obedient claws?
This time, stay dead.
We will not embrace the great silence.
Awesome, we got an achievement for getting over 75% in either Paragon or Renegade as well. Alright, so we only have one more bar left to fill now in the Renegade. How much? Only 20 plus 25 Renegade? That decision had to give plus 100. Yeah, you would think it would actually, come to think of it. You'd think there'd be more given than just that. Crossfire 9. Crossfire 9. We'll equip that. How's things going, Harbinger? Harbinger, just your birthday, but you're trying not to think about it. Ah, I got you, dude. Well, I hope that you end up having a great birthday.
Are you here to secure the situation?
If by secure you mean shoot every monster I see, sure.
I am certain you are having strong feelings. But what has happened here, it is our fault. You understand?
I understand that we'll be dead soon. Talk fast.
Binary Helix found an egg. It was on a derelict ship, thousands of years drifting. This was Rachni's ship. Inside they find many eggs in cryogenic suspension.
They should have destroyed it. Why hatch it?
Binary Helix planned to clone Rachni, mass-produce them, create an army. But when they get here, they find this egg is not a common Rachni. It is a queen. After she lays eggs, they move her to Rift Station. They are thinking that without her, they can raise the babies to be obedient.
Hold on. Don't you need a male to get eggs?
Queens are born carrying the genetic code of their fathers. Eggs are carried away from the colony to hatch alone. Queens can lay eggs in hours and have a colony in days. This is how they spread so quickly.
Separating them from their mother didn't work.
This was exactly the wrong thing to do. I am thinking that without a queen, Rachni do not develop properly. Her mind is shaping theirs. These Rachni are uncontrollable.
Are you telling me I shouldn't kill these things?
Actually, I was to tell you the opposite. These Rachni are beyond saving. It is a sad thing, but they must be euthanized. I am thinking that the neutron purge must be set off.
I'm not familiar with the purge system.
It creates bursts of neutron radiation, kills everything within the station. Things beyond get genetic damage of varying degree.
How do we set off the purge?
Arming controls are nearby. All you do is insert the key. Then I will give Mira destruct.
Connecting. I have full access to the facility and am at your disposal.
How many Rachni are in here?
I'm sorry, the sensor network is too damaged to provide an accurate count.
Give me your best guess.
Guessing is beyond my design parameters, Commander.
What's the status of the facility?
Containment breach in Laboratory Pod Gamma. The neutron purge system is functional, but has not been armed.
Harbinger, Tali almost dead, just another day in the office. Yeah, Tali's character model got stuck. She had died, but she got stuck in between a door that had actually closed. Rosie, F are the only guy in the galaxy without a universal translator. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, like having so many different languages and not having a universal translator.
What's the status of the facility?
Containment breach in Laboratory Pod Gamma. The neutron purge system is functional, but has not been armed.
Activate the neutron purge.
I'm sorry, but I can't do that without proper code authorization.
Code input 875020079. Code Omega local execution.
Verified. Code Omega execution in 120 seconds.
What's our next move, Commander? Head for the Mu relay?
The Mu relay could link to dozens of systems. Unless we know exactly where Saren's going, we'd just be wasting our time.
The Commander is right. We cannot rush off blind. We still need to learn more about Saren.
Who put you in charge? Did the Commander resign when I wasn't looking?
I won't be a puppet for the Asari. I give the orders around here, understood?
Forgive me, Commander. I was only trying to help.
We're done here. Crew, dismissed.
Novaria report is away, Commander. You want me to patch it through to the Council?
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
Commander, do not cut me off like last time. I failed to find it amusing.
Save the sermon. I'm just here to follow up on my report.
Is this report accurate, Commander? You found Rachni on Novaria?
Found them and wiped them out. Do you take pleasure from committing genocide, Shepard?
Depends on the species, Turian.
Commander, you are addressing a member of the Council. You will show the proper respect.
I have a mission to complete.
The mission must always come first. Just be aware that your actions can have far-reaching consequences.
We'll be waiting for your next report, Commander.
There we go, I actually let one of them play out for once, all the way through. The first time it happened, I disconnected straight away. The second time it happened, I basically asked them what they wanted, and then when they were a pain again, I just went disconnect. And now I've actually let it play all the way through. Rosie, wow. Yeah. I like the option for like sometimes, you know, it depends on the species. Turian. Alright, so let's have a look-see here. Alright, so I'm going to be ending the stream in about half an hour, and then I'll take a break and then come back later. But before I do that, I want to get some things actually sorted out. So I'm pretty sure that the next main mission that we have that I want to do is Virmire. But what I want to do is actually just explore, like just read up on the planets and stuff there. Sentry Omega. We have Hawk. But I think I've already read the stuff here. If this initiates a cutscene, I'm going to reload the save because I'd rather get the dialogue from the other characters about what happened in the previous mission. Yeah, I'd already actually read about these, now that I see it. And the only place that's landable is where we need to go for the main mission. Just want to double check something for a moment. Just want to test something.
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
Some people back there didn't like you, Tali.
Many think less of Quarians for traveling in the flotilla and for creating the Geth. They see us as scavengers, little better than thieves.
Perspective is a wonderful thing. Wait until their homeworld gets wiped out.
Hello, Commander.
I think I'll be going.
Sure thing, Commander. You have a good day now.
Alright, so just wanted to suss that out. Okay. Alright, so I think what I'll do is end the stream now and then take my break now. It'll be a long one, like a real long one, and then come back, and then that way what I can do is speak to the characters to get a recap on what happened, and then basically go through to the next part of the main story and initiate that. So we'll go to options and we'll go to quit game. Alright, so I'm going to take a break for 2 hours and 30 minutes. So it'll be a very long one, but I'm kind of taking an extended break. It was going to be 2 hours, but since I don't really want to start a next main story thing now, and I'd only have half an hour, and I don't want to be a thing where it's like the stream ends on a cliffhanger and whatever. But yeah, so if those won't be able to make it to the next stream in that amount of time, that is completely understandable. But yeah, it'll be about 8:30 p.m. my time when I'll be streaming again. It'll be this game again as well, so you won't miss any sort of like main story stuff if you are able to make it to the stream, but there will be the past broadcasts as well for those who won't be able to make it to the next stream. But I just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. I really do appreciate it, and I'll be back in 2 hours and 30 minutes with more Mass Effect. Catch you later, Rosie. I hope you have a good one. Hope everyone is going to have a good one, and I'll be back around then to continue on, and we're getting closer and closer to finishing the game. Tomorrow is going to be a short stream for me, so it won't be Wednesday this week that I finish this game. Most likely it'll be next Monday when I finish. But yeah, I'll be back in 2 hours and 30 minutes with more Mass Effect. You woke up 30 minutes ago. Yeah, dude, I like to use Tuesdays as a chance to get things done that I don't normally get a time to, being a streamer every day. But yeah, I definitely will be back later.